Shield mode shortcut.
I'm sure many of you are familiar with Dylan Mulvaney, a
Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that.
I'm back.
My wife was in need of cuddles. Grab my monster. I'll be right back. Oh no, you have crowd control enabled. What are you doing, kid? Chill out.
Probably cannot hear me.
Unfortunately. I was wondering where this fucking music was coming from. Good lord.
I don't know why. There we go. All right. So I got about a 15-minute drive home, but I'm here.
God, he sounds like Lytle, like over Discord.
I don't know. Ivan. Lovejoy, how you doing?
Doing great things.
Great things?
Yes, actually.
Well, good on you. I still cannot get over the entire, like, air filter thing being full of peanuts. Like, we
It's
popped the
probably a
cover.
chipmunk.
She's like, "Oh, those look like those might be the peanuts that I feed to the squirrels." It's like, okay, well, stop feeding them to the squirrels because I popped your air filter cover off, and the air filter literally popped up. Like, criminy.
Yeah. Squirrels, chipmunks, rodents get in there.
Insane. Ugh.
It's a
Dude,
really bad problem, like in Maine. Like if you have like a lot of squirrels and chipmunks near your house, they're worse than rats
shit, really?
sometimes.
Ugh. I love how right when it's reaching 20 degrees on average, my uh, driver's window decides it's not going to roll back up.
Oh, why'd you roll it down?
Because it was 60 degrees one day.
So you just left it down?
No, I tried to put it back up, my good sir. It just
Alright, 1 minute before I start my monologue. A fair welcome to all players in Discord, and a fair welcome to people who are actually watching out on their own screens. Perfect timing on that song, too. It literally ended just as 7:30 hit.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing about things with like times on them. You can like sync them up.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm usually lazy and I don't actually, sync things up. I just kind of let shit happen.
Me too. That's when people call me poopy pants.
So, long ago, before many were born, the lands were bathed in the light of the gods. But as light shines, darkness and shadows creep and grow. As hope and love grew in the land, so did hate and animosity. Our tale begins with a young farm girl whose hope spoke to the light. Fate is a fickle thing, and it chose the young girl, so one day she touched a gnarled oak tree in Durastia. With that single moment, the darkness in the world awoke from its slumber. Her hope also made her blind to some of the darkness, for the catalyst was what slept in the tree. She freed the spirit from its eternal prison with hope and love for all things. She aided what was once known as the Dark Seraphim. But as she aided it with her hope and light, so did it infest her soul with a bit of darkness. The young girl grew to fight this darkness, and the call was answered by many to her cause. With the help of her friends she'd meet along the way, she would have the strength to endure. So the girl and her friends embarked on an endeavor far bigger than they ever imagined. Over many years of hardship, laughs, and tears, they had finally thought this was over. The evil had been defeated. Light and life reclaimed the world. Friendships flourished between people and nations of the new world. Sadly, there was a dark cancer hiding in the shadows that still festered and waited for the time to strike. Nightmares began to riddle the people of Wallachia and the esteemed hero's own city. The images were dark and mysterious, covered in black smoke and blood raining from the sky. A mysterious black and gothic castle stood floating in the center, several red eyes looking from the towers and windows. All who had this nightmare told different stories, but the end was always the same. It was the throne room, a cloaked figure standing before the throne with 6 black feathered wings hanging behind them. Many citizens, even heroes, awoke in a sweat to this nightmare. The adventurers sought out to a crone who held the thread of fate, only to see her brutal demise on display for all to see. A portal to the forged realm of the gods had opened. The clang of a hammer on metal rang out as the heroes sought the evil within. But alas, they were too late. The staff of judgment was born anew. The girl from the plains had to make a decision which would forever change her life. A split in the path stood before her. Should she return to the world she once knew and fight the darkness as before? The other choice was to go with this being of darkness and try to show them that darkness is not always the answer, but light and love will always prevail. So with a heavy heart and a sad smile, she embraced her lover once more, before the cleric made a decision which would rip her husband's heart from him forevermore. The calm after the storm was only but the eye of the hurricane before the party was attacked. They had gone back to their city only to be soon attacked by the Dark Seraphim. 7 monsters were his commanders, leading to the ruins of the city left behind as the heroes' people left. As they all ran, some looked back to see the face of a friend, but this friend was truly a Judas. They stood beside the Dark Seraphim as one of the 7 commanders. Hearts and friendships strained under this knowledge. Friends once close looked at one another as if they were their own worst enemy. Families, once a pack and mighty, were distraught and separate. As they fought and struggled amongst themselves, the commanders of the enemy spread across the land. Slowly the heroes started to reignite their desire to protect the lands. So they set off once again to tame these commanders. Each one they came to find was a deadly sin. Some were able to be redeemed as people, but others were far too gone to realize what they were doing, so were shown the greatest mercy possible. So as the last commander fell, the heroes turned their vision towards the Black Citadel, which floated above their once home. The battle was fierce, but they did manage to save the lost girl, who was filled with hope. This light and hope is what let her become the new god of life, one who showed compassion to all, not only to those that dwell. This transition through, though, would be hard on her body and her mind. Her first mission was to ascend, being reborn into the form of chosen for her by fate. Shadow hunts the light when it is receding, so with the ritual of rebirth happening, the Dark Seraphim sent all he could against her as she rose to power to rival even his own. As they stood triumphant in the last hour of the ritual, they realized something still stirred against them. A final sin revealed itself, the musings of a man driven by madness, by time, and experimentation. As the sin revealed itself, they knew its name by the emotion they all felt: despair. On the verge of death by the enemy or their own mortal bodies failing, the party fought tooth and nail until they won. But even victory can mean defeat. A black tendril of hate and viciousness struck as the final note of the song of the heavens struck. Her body lay bleeding. A man, once her other half, was shaken as his soulmate faded away in his own hands. Love is a powerful thing. It burns with the fierceness of fire if the emotions get out of hand. The love of a husband is fierce as they swear to bring their other half's dreams to bear. So with a fire in hand and eye, the pyromancer led the assault on the keep. Stories are told by those who say they saw the event. Most are lies, told by those who wish to say they had the courage to enter the castle. Alas, only the heroes know, and none speak of the monstrosities seen within. Battles are hard on the body already, but when they are hard on the heart or soul, those are truly the worst battles one must face. A man as deranged as he was brilliant had gone and raised those who had ventured against him in the past. The enemies the party now faced were both family, friends from before. The heroes did what was best for the world, not best for their hearts. So as they found themselves in the throne room, they saw out now open side a clash like no other. Energy struck in the sky, sending shock waves for miles as light and darkness battled in the sky. Our heroes had no strength or ability to fight on that scale, so they called out with the only thing they had left: their voices and their hearts. It was a long shot, but they knew that some of the commanders who stood with them now knew that their father was not lost to them. The heroes got victory in the end, but at what cost? A woman they had known for years stood as a goddess, an unreachable person who could not remain with them. They were mere mortals who could not fathom what her new duties entailed. And with that, let's go ahead and put on something a little more befitting. So, our story begins in a very familiar city of the past, a city by the name of Dorastia. It is currently the month of Uzbos, the first of the month, currently 8:34 a.m. Let's see. Let us begin with let's see, who's Shame. Frost Whisper, you will be our first entering into the city. How would you like to begin your journey?
You have a vibrator directly on the microphone.
I can't tell
Put
what's
his
going
phone in the microwave so he can charge it.
We can't hear anything you're saying, Shame. It just sounds like vibrating.
Yeah.
Like you got the magic wand directly on that motherfucker. Maybe he should take it out of the microwave now.
Man, that almost burned down my house, I swear to God.
My friend's mom had an entire apartment building right behind her burned down. She's still posting pictures about it. Apparently, might have been a meth lab.
Shame, are you having issues with your microphone at the
I
moment?
think I heard it.
Vince, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
No.
You're quiet, but I can turn you up.
Yeah, I got you at 200% now.
Before it sounded like you had the Hayachi like straight up on the mic.
Hachi.
Don't ask why I know what that is.
Because you're a man of taste. You need no explanation.
Oh, I taste something already.
No,
Hey,
Discord
yo.
tends to screw up on me every now and then when my computer goes into sleep mode.
No
You
worries.
sound a lot better now.
Yeah.
You're good.
I just never let my computer sleep. It's always on.
Yeah, that's not good for anything, but yeah. Going by my character's background, I'd probably be hanging around the local adventurers guild if there are any around.
Alright. Give me an investigation, s'il vous plaît.
Nice.
Nice. So you had your way on over to the local adventurers guild. I'm just gonna put you on the map here and set you down. Let's see. So you make your way on over to the adventurers guild. You can see the place is pretty hustle and bustle at the moment. You can see there's roughly it's a fairly small guild hall for the size of the city, but you can see there's roughly about 20-25 people inside. Behind the counter is what you can gather is a high elf. You can see mostly shaven head, long bright red mohawk, kind of pushed to the right side. He has a scar over the front of his nose. Nice, very light green eyes. He looks at you and says, "Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. How can I help you today?"
Just looking to see if you have any rumors or interesting things going on in the city.
Rumors, you say? Well, I don't know if you know anything about this, but some people have been getting having some trouble with one of the local merchants. Not just the sheer fact of the matter that he refuses to actually put on pants, but also there seems to be a lot of problems with the wares that he seems to be selling. If you want to go ahead and take a look at that, we'll happily pay you for your time. We just want to make sure that there's no funny business going on.
Aside from these merchants seeming personal clothing issues, selling fraudulent wares is definitely not something that should be allowed to continue. So I will happily investigate that for you.
That's not even just the fact of fraudulent wares. I mean, technically, I guess you can't call it fraudulent because he sold someone a pair of, as he called them, sunglasses. And when they put them on, let's just say their retinas never really recovered from it. They say it was as if they were staring at the sun itself. So I guess in a way it's misleading. It's misleading equipment and trinkets sometimes. I've heard positive things and I've heard a lot of bad things. So any kind of insight we'll definitely be happy to have, so we can at least make sure we steer traffic properly.
Indeed, fraudulent advertising can, after all, lead to many deaths.
So, with that, you head on your way. Give me a perception roll, would you? Damn. Getting some good rolls right out the gate. Good job. So, as you're walking through, you happen to notice wandering through town is a group of individuals, and they all seem to be like dressed identically to each other. You can see they have like a wooden mask over their face that seems to be carved with like little swirls with green on them, almost like vines. Dark green robes. As they stop, one of them looks at you. They look at each other, and one of the individuals actually approaches you and says, "Tidings to you. We are currently traveling through the countryside. We are emissaries of the god of the hunt. We wanted to know what city exactly we are in at the moment, if you have the information."
I will look them up and down. A little hard to really gain insight on their motives with their faces covered, but I'll answer. From my understanding, as I am also a traveler and new to the city, we are in the city of Durastia.
Ah, so we've made our way to our proper destination. Many thanks to you, kind stranger. As he'll actually reach into a small bag and he'll actually give you 2 gold pieces for your time. If you'll excuse us, we have business to attend to. Thank you again for your kind information.
Nod and watch them as they leave.
Okay. So, onward you travel through the city. As you go looking for this ne'er-do-well merchant of Durastia, you find the shop. As you stand outside of it, you see a rickety sign that just reads, Granddad's Mythical Emporium. It's a rather hole-in-the-wall kind of store. The only thing that really kind of offsets it from everything around you is just that rickety sign. It looks like it was made out of almost like driftwood. The building itself almost seems to blend in with all the other buildings. It's fairly easy to overlook if you're not actually looking for it. As you walk into the place, you notice it's filled with all kinds of different things, ranging from baubles and trinkets to armors to helmets, and even like your regular old tools and such. But the one thing that seems to catch your interest the most is there's an owl bear sitting by the counter wearing a string around its neck with a piece of paper on it.
Would it be in a language that I'm able to speak?
It is written in common, and it says, "Hi there, my name is Nathaniel. I'm a very smooth talker. Please do not feed me as I have already been fed. I warn you, I will try to actually get you to feed me. I can be very persuasive." There's also at the very bottom of it, you can see like an arrow as if like, please turn over the paper.
I will carefully approach and flip the card.
Also, I love to play chess. If you wish to play chess or checkers with me, just bring over the board. I will be more than happy to play with you. Though sometimes I can be a sore loser.
Alright, well, I will wander around the shop and see if I can check out the quality of the goods.
Alright, give me investigation. $16. So from what you can see, like when you look at the armor, you can see it's pretty well made. He has things that might be a little bit in disheveled nature. Some may look a little bit frayed, but for the most part, the quality of the equipment looks like it's pretty good. The baubles are shiny. Everything seems like it's very well placed. Very much catches the eye when you glance around. As you're glancing around, you just hear what can only be described as a hand or fist literally smacking what's supposed to be a bell on the counter, because you can hear that little tink sound that comes with it, but it stops immediately afterwards, like as if the person's just jamming their hand on the bell.
I will certainly look to the counter, see what exactly is happening over there, while staying out of sight.
So you see Nathaniel currently smashing the bell. As you hear from the back, hold your horses. Now, Nathaniel, I told you I already fed you. I'm not gonna feed you again. As he just kind of looks, you can see what it looks like he's kind of shaking his head. As he turns his head in the general direction of where he saw you, he was like, "What's the matter? You see ghosts?" Well, Granddad sees that plenty of times, but not this time. You must be seeing things, Nathaniel. Now, if you want to play another game of chess, I'll surely kick your butt like I did last time. So, from what you can...
general look of this shop owner.
So, the shop owner, you can see he's incredibly, like, skinny, like, bordering, like, malnourished. He doesn't have a shirt on, from what you can see. So you see just, like, wrinkly, pale skin. You can see he has fluffy white hair, a bit of a goatee, roughly reaching just barely to his chest. And as he actually walks from behind the counter, you can see nothing but white fuzz between his legs. There's like nothing there but like just straight on fuzz. As he just walks out, you can see him hands on his hips looking around. It's like, now I don't reckon I see anyone here. Maybe you had too much to eat. Or maybe you got in the trash again and you had some of Granddad's Grand Ale. That'll make you see ghosts. as Nathaniel just kind of scratches his head. He's like shaking and like walking around the store, smelling, trying to find you.
There we go. I know the good rules.
Let's see. Owlbear. Perception. Oh yeah. So he finds you. Like he's got his nose to the ground and he finally susses you out as he literally sits right next to you, just plops down. It's like, doing a little bit of old-fashioned sleuthing, huh, Nathaniel? Good job. Hello there. I know you're around here somewhere. Granddad may not be able to see you, but Granddad knows Nathaniel don't lie. Except when it comes to food. He's a good boy.
I'll walk around the corner and greet him.
There you are. Good to see you. My name's Granddad.
I see. You have a wide variety of wares in your store. Might I ask how long you've been working here?
Granddad's been working this business for many, many, many years. Going from place to place, town to town, selling various exotic goods. That's Granddad's shtick. If you got yourself a bag of goods, you don't know if it's going to be good or bad. Think of it like a potluck. Sometimes you get good food, sometimes it's not up to par. Granddad, however, is a firm believer in not knowing whether or not something is magical or not. Letting the consumer figure that out on their own.
You don't find that method a little questionable?
Not at
You
all.
may end up seriously injuring some of your customers after all.
Now, it's a buyer beware situation. I do tell them there's a chance that it may or may not be cursed, or may not be useless. It's all up to them on whether or not they actually want to buy it or not. And for the deal that you get, you might get something great, you might get something legendary, or you might get something inexplicably cursed. All comes at a price, my boy. Or my dear person. Cat.
So, do you sort your items in any particular fashion, or you just cluster things around and let people pick through them as they will?
Well, here's the fun thing. You can always buy one item you wish, and it'll be a flat rate, no matter what it is. 50 gold pieces. Or, you could do what Granddad calls Granddad's grab bags, where I let Nathaniel pick out several items, place it in a bag. Depending on the type of bag it is, you'll get anywhere from 2 to 4 or even 6 items in the bag. And you get a whole mixture of different things in there. Could be a helmet, could be a ring, could be a legendary sword for all I know. It's all a matter of luck of the draw.
Where do you acquire your wares?
From all sorts of places. People sell them to Granddad. Granddad sometimes finds them when he's out traveling. Or sometimes Nathaniel will find something, bring it on in. Mostly dead birds he brings in, though. I tell you, them's good eats.
Oh, depends on the bird.
I suppose that's fair enough. Ain't gonna get much victuals if you're eating pigeons.
Or most swamp-dwelling birds, indeed.
How's about it? How's about old Granddad gives you something on the house? Show you what I mean. So, feel free to grab something off of the shelves and go ahead and take it as a gift from Granddad to you, as a sign of good friendship and great tidings. After all, we have all kinds of crazy days these days, especially after everything that happened, well, many years ago. Granddad is a firm believer that you should always think on the positive side.
Yes, indeed, getting downtrodden by dour emotions can definitely lead one to a very short life. Well, I will take you up on your offer and browse to your store.
All right, give me a 1d100. All right, 45. So you have a picking between the bauble section, which is like your rings, amulets, and such, as well as other accessories like bracelets, boots, gloves, and helmets. You can also basically choose between like odds and ends, like decanters, that sort of thing, like auxiliary tools.
Take a look at boots and gloves, I guess.
All right. So you find 4 sets of boots. All of you can tell some of them are soft sole. You can also see like one pair looks more like for light hiking, and one seems like it's made for made for like sheer climbing of like heavy rock, ice, things like that. Oops.
Is there anything noteworthy around any of the items?
Can you elaborate? Like,
Yeah, that's right.
do you mind elaborating? Like, do you want to know what they look like, or?
Anything that specifically makes it look like it's not something normal?
No, they seem fairly normal. The types of materials on them vary. Like, one of the sets of gloves you can see is like a dark leather armor, fingerless even, and it currently it ties up the top of it. You can see one set is like a set of like a dark brown leather gloves. From what you can see, it has it's very nicely crafted. You can see the person really took time to put like design on the actual thing. Possibly not thieves' cant, but like a almost like a design that would be meant for roguelike individuals. And helmet, 2 helmets, and
I'll take both of those pairs and bring them up to the counter.
the 2 sets of gloves.
Yeah.
All right. So, you found 2 pairs of gloves that you like. Which one would you prefer? Because the other one, if you wish, you could pay the 50 gold pieces and I'll give you both of them.
Well, I feel like I might be a little lucky today, so I will take both pairs.
Sounds good to me, friend. Let's see here. So he takes the 50 gold pieces from you, So, one pair of gloves that you got was the gloves of thieving. Sorry, as I was, the gloves of thievery, which I will drag into your inventory now. And the other pair of gloves are, well, you are going to have to put those on to actually figure it out. But they do have a magical glow to them.
Refrain from wearing either for now, and leave the shop. Just kind of watch over it for a while.
Okay.
Spend a couple hours outside, seeing who comes and goes, stuff like that.
All right. So you do happen to notice a halfling walks into the curio shop, and after about 10-15 minutes, you can hear a little bit of light conversation going on. And then right afterwards, you quite literally see that same halfling come out screaming, being chased by a swarm of bees. Bees!
Bees!
Ah! Bees! As you just see Grandad come walking out, he's just one hand on his hip, waving his other. He's like, "Y'all come back now. Don't forget your decanter next time."
Certainly an interesting magical item.
Yes, it's the apparently it was a decanter of bees. Now, when I saw it, at first I thought it was a decanter of water, like the one that just you pour, and next thing you know, it's endless water that comes through. But when he opened it up, it was an angry swarm of bees. Thankfully, Granddad hid behind Nathaniel.
Yeah, well, I suppose your luck holds to you today.
Indeed, my friend. If you ever have any more friends that want to try their luck, feel free to send them my way. Granddad will give them a fantastic deal.
Indeed. Thank you.
Anytime. So, with that, after that, I'm going to go ahead and bump on down to Inegi, or as he's known, 2A? 2A. Okay, 2A.
Otherwise, I'd prefer 3A. Not 3. I guess I'll wander in the front gates of the town and, like, hands on my hips, take a deep breath. Dorestia, here at last. And, not to be cliche, so I'm gonna avoid the tavern. The armorer.
The armorer.
In town. Sir. Or
Alright.
weapon master. Whichever one I find first.
Well, you, my fine, chiseled friend.
Hello. I have backup art if you want.
No, that's totally fine. You can keep what you got. I think the people will actually enjoy that shit.
As soon as I hit like save image, I'm like, Jordan's gonna lose her fucking mind as soon as she sees this.
What?
Just because of how she responded to a Negi.
Oh no.
Yeah, let me just remove. Let me just create the token real quick, and I'll go ahead and share with the class.
By the way, his down where it says players, he doesn't have his character name next to his.
It's probably because of the fact that he doesn't. Oh, that's weird. Let me see if it's configured. No, he's configured correctly. I'm not sure why it's doing that.
Because I'm iconic, it cannot be confused for anybody else.
Right? You're just always a Negi. You're never anybody else. You're not allowed.
Correct.
All right, we have 2A, and we'll move you down here because Adventurers Guild, and then Granddad's Grand Emporium, Mythic Emporium. So let me just open a journal real quick for character images. That way I can share with you guys all the different people as they come along. 2A. Image. Choose file. There he is. There's that hunka chunka Olympian rock.
Hello.
I can only be so erect.
I feel like this should be objectifying Scottish people at this point.
After seeing the image that big, I'm like, damn, you look like you belong in the front of one of those like $5 reeds at Giant Eagle. But then I realized nobody here, except for me, knows what Giant Eagle is.
I mean,
Yes,
you're not
it's a
wrong.
larger than life eagle. I don't know what you want.
Correct.
So, with that, you head on over to the blacksmith. Give me an investigation.
Not done with my dice, but I guess I can do that for you. Use investigation. Normal.
16. All right. So, you make your way over to the blacksmith. As you do, you can your sights and your senses are filled with not only the smell of burning metal, but also the sound of clanging metal on metal. With that, you find yourself in front of a very well built tiefling currently working the forge. Long black hair, slicked back, goatee, nice black goatee, very strong muscular structure on this gentleman. Definitely like lifelong tradesman of it.
I approach and pull out my 2 hand axes and lay one, like show him, like, hello sir, I was hoping to bend your ear. I was just in a great sea battle and chipped part of my axe. I was wondering if you could assist me in fixing it.
Well, bring it on over here. I'll see what I can do.
I'll
So-
set it down in front of him.
Okay. So, as you do, what exactly is the damage on it so we can get a proper appraisal for it?
The handle thing. Out of character. I have been enjoying something a little too much today. The handle splintered when I blocked an attack from some foul sea creature, and was thinking I could maybe get it reinforced.
I could certainly do that. How soon do you need it?
Take your time. I always have this beautiful weapon as well. And then I'll hold out the twin to the other axe.
Okay.
I'll give it like a little like flourish.
All right. So, he takes a look at it and he asks you, are you looking for particular materials for your handle? Are you looking for something more metal? Are you looking for, like, say, dark wood?
I was thinking a metal spine along the back of the axe would be beneficial and aesthetically pleasing.
Fair enough. Well, if you're going to do that, again, what kind of material are you looking for the actual handle itself? We could always go with the regular kind of wood from around here. We got dark wood. We also have white ash, which it's not really the most sturdy, but it definitely has a nice aesthetic, pleasing look to it.
My good sir, my travels have drained my coin pouch. I have but 10 gold. What would you recommend? I do swing it quite often.
Out of character, you
So
should
something
have.
strong would be nice.
Out of character, you should have about 300 gold.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, 300 gold and 2 uncommon magic items, because you're starting at level 3.
Oh, well then, I'll get to work on that when it's not my turn.
Alright, sounds good.
Well, what is the price for steel around here? Or another, like, good, strong, but light metal? I know steel's not super light, but you know what I mean.
Let's see. When it comes to sturdy and lightweight, you could probably go with mithril.
Mithril.
Basically,
Alright,
we would take a steel material, and we would infuse the mithril with it to lighten the load on the weapon.
Sounds like a plan. I was just afraid that, not afraid. I was just about to mention that it can't be too heavy because then it'll affect the swing. But I can't have it be too light because it'll also affect it. But either way, mithril sounds like a plan. And I'll put my hand out for a handshake.
Okay. So he takes your hand with a strong, firm grasp.
I return the strength.
I see no weapons in your inventory.
Oh, I haven't gotten there yet. I was still setting up my stuff.
Oh, okay, my bad. I can see why your common clothes aren't equipped.
You run around naked.
They're just backups. I don't need them.
I know somebody who might be a
Chads.
little interested in your fashion sense.
Chad Stonewinter at your service.
Repub if you hate elves.
I don't hate no damn knife as much as I hate that rock-eating dwarf. You know the one. You know.
His sexually aggressive dwarf.
Just in case you didn't get the joke, Shame, it's a gif in general. But he looks at it, it's like, okay, I warn you, it's going to be a little bit more price on the pricey end. If you want me to do this on just one blade, I could probably do a discount for 75 gold pieces.
Very well. I will round that up to 80 gold pieces as just like a little tip.
A little tip? That's a pretty hefty tip.
I'll round it up to 76 gold pieces. No, 77. 2 gold tip.
Money bags.
Respect.
Some gold inlays on that shit. Damn.
I mean, if you want the best, you certainly came to to one fellow that can do a damn fine job. So he happily
I have the
takes.
utmost faith in you.
He has the he takes the axe, and he actually begins immediately working on drawing up the schematics for fixing it up and basically reworking the handle for you.
While he works, I'll look around, and if I see any projects that he's working on or jobs, I'll offer to help since I do have proficiency in. I don't know why I have carpenter's tool in here. Mason's tools, right?
No, smithing tools.
He's not cutting stone.
Ah, fuck! I selected the wrong one. I mean the one that I selected the wrong one. Sorry, I'm dumb. Hold on. I'm just enough of a scrambled egg to literally not know who Smith was. It didn't occur. Yeah, ignore me. Anyways, I'll wander around and offer to assist him with any small jobs.
Okay.
Okay. See, you're working on this, and this. I just so happen to be able to help if it'll help you.
Oh, that's mighty fine of you, but I don't really need any help at the moment. I'm sure there's people down at the Frumpy Pumpkin that might be able to make great use of your skills. I know there's a person over there that's been complaining about getting something from the local mausoleum.
It takes me a second, and then I just let out this huge belly laugh. Did you say Frumpy Pumpkin, my good sir?
Yeah, I definitely said the Frumpy Pumpkin. I didn't name it myself,
Beautiful name.
but it definitely evokes quite the funny response when a man of my stature says such things.
Well, sir, I will see you tomorrow, or whenever a realistic amount of time it would be to do what he's doing.
Tomorrow sounds about right. Shouldn't take him too long with it.
I bid him farewell, and now I'm going to get a drink.
Okay.
So
So
I'll
you-
go to the tavern.
Okay, roll me your investigation for the Frumpy Pumpkin. With that, I'm going to bump. I'm going to bump on down to Steve. Steve. Not Steve, but Steve.
Steve!
He, so you make your way into the city of Durastia. How would you like to actually begin your day?
I find the most immediately entertaining looking thing from the gate, and I will be entertained.
Man of culture, I like it.
Roll me investigation. Not bad. So you do happen, as it happens, you kind of go wandering through the city. It seems like it's a little bit on the dull side at the moment. So as you're wandering through, you happen to notice there's quite a lovely display in the middle of town. You can see it's a large statue, and emblazoned on it looks like there's a bunch of different names of people. As you can see, the whole like town square is basically it's like a big garden. You can see there's a lot of like beautiful shades of leaves on the trees. You can see that there's a lot of different flowers growing in the area. Almost like a place where a lot of people kind of congregate. Give me perception.
I'm good at this.
Don't jinx it. Wow, even with your slightly subpar roll, you still did pretty good. So you actually see at the flowers in the town square, you can see a half elf, long blonde hair, female, a little bit on the short side, who seems to actually be tending to the flowers in the square.
I would like to sneak into the flowers and like pop up where she's like looking just like that.
Give me a stealth roll.
I'm really good at this.
Wow, you are really good at this.
Yeah.
What the heck? So, you creep on into the.
Kind of weird.
So you creep on into the shadows as you sneak into the flowers. As you do, I'm going to put on proper. Go ahead and grab this because I forgot to put it in. But something a little bit to set the mood of nonsensical sneaking.
It's not the Pink Panther sneaky theme. I don't want.
So you sneak on in. You can hear her kind of humming to herself as she has a watering can and she seems to be dousing the flowers with it, inadvertently dumping a little bit on your snout as you lay in wait for the perfect opportunity.
I just, like my eye kind of like twitches as I'm spattered with water.
So as the trickle down from the plants finally stops, you can just hear a very quiet like inhale, and then that's better. You guys are looking so much better now. I tell you, the people that are supposed to be
Thanks.
What? You can talk?
Of course, I've been able to talk this entire time.
Why did you never say anything before? I've been coming here talking to you for so long, and all of a sudden, now of all times, you actually decide to talk to me.
Well, now you've said the right thing. I wish to talk to you now.
Oh, I can't even right now. So she's looking. Well, which one are you? Are you the lilacs? Are you the orchids? Are you the chrysanthemums?
I'm Steve.
I can't even after that. Oh my god, I'm not crying, you're crying. Oh, so she looks, it's like, Steve.
Yes.
I guess it was kind of rude of me to assume that you were a lady because, you're a flower.
Of course, not all flowers can be female. How do you think baby flowers are made?
Well, I thought that was because of the bees.
But we don't talk about the bees.
Well, why not? Did they do something bad?
Yes, did the bee ever ask me if I wanted to be pollinated?
I guess you have a good point, but then again, I thought flowers couldn't talk.
Well, you were sorely mistaken, weren't you, little missy?
Oh, how rude of me. I completely forgot. You told me your name. My name's Alice. It's really nice to meet you, Mr. Steve.
Steve reaches a claw, like, out of the flowers. It's like, nice to meet you. I'm Steve.
So as soon as you do that, you just hear her yelp as she falls backwards, dropping the watering can.
I, like, stand up and be like, I wasn't a flower the whole time. And I, like, waddle up to her, like, my crossbow, like, clacking on the ground. I'm still Steve, though.
So
My hand is still outstretched to her.
She stops, she looks at the flowers and looks at you, and she just kind of laughs a little bit before she gets up and brushes herself off. And she takes your hand and says, "It's really nice to meet you, Mr. Steve."
Please, Mr. Steve was my father. My name is Steve.
Well, I thought so. That's what I said, Steve.
No, that's not my name. My name is Steve. And then like crosses his arm and pouts.
Oh, okay. So it's Steve.
He like perks up. He's like, yes, you've got it.
Well, it's really nice to meet you. But why were you pretending to be the flowers?
I saw an opportunity, and I had to take it.
I guess that's fair. I mean, that's something
Are you
that
the
I would have
gardener
done.
around here?
Oh no, I'm just a normal resident of Durastia. I come here more often than honestly most people do, so I tend to take care of the flowers because the groundskeepers around here don't really seem to take care of them the way they should.
Then why are they employed?
So she just kind of shrugs and just like, I don't know.
I think I'll have word with their employer.
You're interesting. I like you. You're funny.
No, I'm Steve, but I like you too.
Let's see. So, Steve, what are you doing in town?
I don't know yet. What are you doing?
Oh, I live here.
Oh, nice.
Just me, my mom, my dad, my aunt, and Izzy.
I assume Izzy is a pet of yours.
Yeah. It's been kind of boring in town as of late. So I find myself kind of wandering about a bit more than usual since my aunt hasn't really been here about a year now. She went off.
It's such a
on an
large
adventure.
town, I find it hard to believe that it's boring.
Well, I don't really get to go many places around town.
Steve like holds out his hand. He's like, "Come with me. We'll go somewhere."
So she smiles and takes the kobold's hand. Where are we going?
Random direction. I start walking.
Oh. Oh Lord. Roll. You know what? What the hell? My dice are all weird and I don't know why, but that's okay. So, you guys make your way on over to the market district. As you do, you can see all sorts of different things actually taking place. For instance, you can see blacksmith currently toiling away. You can see bakers currently setting out some of their wares. You can smell the fresh bread and fresh treats in the air. As you do, let me just go ahead and put these back on, and oh, there it is. With that, you also see that there's a very interesting individual standing outside of what looks like a rundown shop. You can see a tabaxi currently resting outside of what is called Granddad's Mythic Emporium.
Has the tabaxi seen us parading towards them?
Let's see, what's the tabaxi's passive? That would be 12.
Yep. Well, there.
So, a 12, it's fairly obvious, seeing as the fact that you two just kind of traipsed up there. You didn't really make any effort to be sneaky about it. So I would say it's certainly fairly obvious for them to see a couple of people coming towards the curio shop.
I'll enter. While I drag the little half-elf behind me.
So the two of you walk in, and as you do, you are greeted with a very naked as a jaybird old man.
Sir,
Welcome.
where are your clothes?
Clothing.
You know the worst part about this being a kobold? You're probably right at crotch height.
Right.
Just face
The
to
one-eyed
face with a
yogurt
bush.
slinger's looking me right in the mouth.
Oh, no need to worry about that. Granddad lost his penis in the war.
Huh?
That's right. Granddad was locked in fierce combat with a battalion of gnomes. They took his penis as a war prize.
I'm sorry for your
Perfect.
loss.
Oh, it's all right. Granddad has no need for it anyways. What can Granddad and Nathaniel do for you, though?
I like scurry real close. I'm like, how do you pee?
That's as he'll actually crouch down and get right to your ear. Says, "That's a trade secret, boy. Maybe one day Granddad will tell you."
I like look back at the elf. I look back at him. I'm like, some secrets are best kept to ourselves.
Well, fair enough. As you look to the half-elf, you can see she's currently, like, enthralled with Nathaniel. She seems to be reading the piece of paper around his neck.
I like sally up to her. Be like, what's it say?
It says here his name's Nathaniel, and he's really clever. It also says to not feed him because he's already been fed, and that he will try to convince you that he hasn't. Also, the fact that he's really good at playing checkers and chess, and will play a game with you if you ask.
I make like intense eye contact with the owlbear.
So the owlbear just looks at you quizzically for a moment before he gets down on your level, like hands on the ground and just like eye to eye with you, just kind of staring curiously.
I lick him.
So he reels backwards, he shakes his face, and he just kind of gives you a squint afterwards.
I return the squint.
Where's that goddamn GIF? I know you're in here somewhere. Sweetheart, you know which GIF I'm talking about. Yep, found it.
I swear to God, if you post the Chihuahua gif.
That's exactly what he sent me.
Where are you? Where'd it go? I just saw it.
Here,
God,
Pop.
God damn it.
I got it. There you go.
Ah, yes, good. Good.
Excuse me. Please hold. I have to go to the little Vikings room.
That is fair.
Don't do it.
He's just kind of giving you this, like, one eye squint while the other one just looking right back at you. As Granddad
As
looks
I
at you.
like, as I stare at him, one of my eyes kind of like drifts away.
Oh, God. Let's see. So, as that happens, as you do that, you see that hand literally come forward and just like give you a push forward.
Towards the owlbear?
No, the owlbear is literally the one pushing you. Just
I'll have you know that's rude.
as the owlbear just chuffs at you, just.
I start digging in my backpack and I pull out like a fish. I'm like, I was gonna give this to you, but not for a rude owlbear.
As soon as you say that, and as soon as you produce the fish, you see him just lay down on the ground with a heavy thud, and just immediately rolls to his back.
I like dangle it in front of his nose.
No, you shouldn't be teasing Nathaniel like that. He already been fed.
That also might be a little hard considering your height.
I'm on my tiptoes, like looking at him. I look at the shopkeep directly in the eyes as I like put the fish in the owlbear's mouth.
Oh, now you gone and done it. You gone and spoiled Nathaniel's dinner.
I like just scratch him under the chin, still making direct eye contact. Like, what a good boy. What a good boy.
Oh, now you gone and steam my horseradish. I'm gonna have to ask you to leave.
Nathaniel, do I have to leave?
As soon as you say that, Nathaniel immediately gets up. You see those bear-like arms just grab hold of you and just bring you to his chest. As he looks at Granddad defensively.
It looks like Nathaniel thinks otherwise, good sir.
Now, Nathaniel's my son. It ain't the other way around.
Well,
What I say, Granddad says, Granddad goes.
if I could remove myself from the clench of this animal, I would gladly oblige.
Give me an acrobatics.
Oh, I'm not trying. I'm totally bluffing.
Okay.
Because I playfully like push, like not giving any effort at all.
Meanwhile, the half-elf is just kind of laughing at the nonsense ensuing. Well, fine. No dinner for you tonight, Nathaniel. You just had yours. Spoiled by a tiny little kobold.
What do you sell here anyway, old man?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that. I call
What does
them...
that mean?
I like to think of it as an item roulette. Anything from armors to weapons, trinkets, baubles, tools, you name it, Granddad has it. Could be something great, could be something not so great.
What's the catch, old man?
Well, here, seems like you have a good eye. There's no guarantee that it'll be magical in properties. Could be something legendary, could be something inexplicably cursed. It's buyer beware, but everything comes at a flat rate.
I look at the owlbear and be like, do you know what's cursed and what's not cursed?
So the owlbear simply nods, like, no, Nathaniel, you shouldn't be giving it away. That's the whole shtick of the shop.
I pull out my fucking Chinese counter tool and I'm like, alright, we've got some business to attend to here, old man.
What kind of business we thinking? It's 50 gold pieces flat for one item, or you could do the grab bag, which gets you anywhere from 2, 4, or 6 items for a flat rate.
I look at the owlbear and be like, which one would you pick?
So, the owlbear actually walks over and very delicately picks up a decanter and brings it on over to you. And he sits there and he gives like this kind of quirky smile with it, because beak, not really able to smile.
Don't trust the smiling owlbear.
He's too cute to lie, and Steve's pretty fucking gullible. I hold whatever item the owlbear retrieved for me up to the shopkeep. I'll take this one.
Alright, that'll be 50 gold pieces, please.
Can we do better?
Well, I'll tell you what. I have a proposition for you. How's about I give you one of that fancy decanter there, and a case of Granddad's Grand Ale. 10 gold pieces for both. But you gotta take Granddad's Grand Ale and try and find some people around different cities and see if maybe you can get Granddad some advertising with it.
I do you one better, old man. And then, like, I pull out, like, a ledger. I'm like, I have trade routes from my hometown that I can arrange here for you to ship your ale back.
Now that would be mighty fine.
And I get both for free.
Roll persuasion.
I'm pretty good at this.
You goddamn right you are. Well, you drive a hard bargain, tiny man. I think I can do that.
Steve, like, flattens out the ledger on his table and be like, just sign here, here, and here.
So the old man will take a quill and ink, and he'll just put a big old X on each one. Granddad never really did learn how to write properly.
That's good enough. I can't read anyway. I roll up the scroll and I put it in my backpack.
God damn it.
Alright, I grab this decanter. What's in it?
So you notice the decanter has like a stopper on top of it.
I shake it first. What happens?
It sounds like there's liquid inside of it.
I like pop the cork with a poop.
So do you give it a smell, or are you just gonna dump it out?
Smelling sounds good. We'll smell.
So it smells rich. Like it smells like a fresh milk.
Milk?
Yep.
I take a swig.
It is by far the richest, creamiest mouthful of milk you've ever had in your life.
Good milk. I like put the stopper back on. I put it in my backpack.
You have the decanter of the dairy decanter.
The dairy decanter. I have unlimited cheese.
You can produce up to 1 wheel of cheese. You can produce up to 3 gallons of milk per day, or 1/2 gallon of creamer, and it'll be of the finest quality of all 3 of those.
Ooh. Nice. I walk up to the.
Coincidentally, you can also have it create spoiled milk as well, if needed, at the same rate of how much milk it can hold.
Nice. I go up to the bear. I pull another fish from my bag. I look at the old man, and I give it to the owlbear.
Well, that's a fine load of horseradish right there.
Like, yes, but you weren't going to give me the good magical items. You're going to let it all up to chance. I knew
Of
this
course,
owlbear was
that's-
right from the beginning.
Well, that's the shtick of the shop. If you just allow Nathaniel to pick things for you, you may get something good, you may get something bad. But you
I
also
don't think
grease the
that's what
palms of the
I
owlbear.
Of course, any good deal is made with greased palms and not dry ones. My dad taught me that.
Well, your dad is a shrewd businessman.
What'd you just say about my dad?
I said he was a shrewd businessman, which means he knows what he's doing.
Oh, shrewd sounded bad to Steve.
No. Steve, good old, you said your name was Steve, correct? Well, it's nice to meet you, Steve. My name's Granddad, and that there's my son Nathaniel.
My name's not Steve, old man. It's Steve.
Well, all right. Nice to meet you, Marjorie.
Close enough.
To which Alice is just kind of snickering in the background. It's like, no, his name is Steve with, I assume, 2 E's.
2 is not enough. It's 3.
Oh, it's 3. Yeah, 3 E's. You gotta be nice to people, and you gotta respect how you say their names.
I look at the little elf and I'm like, do you want anything?
Oh, no, thank you.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I don't mind. It was honestly pretty fun to actually come here. Though I gotta say, it's a little uncomfortable with a man that's quite literally naked.
Is he naked if you can't see his private parts?
I mean, technically his virtue is protected, but at the same time, he's not wearing any clothes.
That's true, old man. You may want to, make your clientele more comfortable with clothes.
Well, Granddad will definitely think about that in the future.
Also, some kind of disclaimer up somewhere in writing would actually probably help you against any potential repercussions to your business practice.
Well, now hold on. Granddad tells every person that comes through what the repercussions may be. If they choose not to do so, then that's on them.
Steve, unfolds his spectacles and puts them on his face. Yes, sir. But when it comes to court, you could be liable to compensate these individuals, because at that point it's your words versus theirs, right? If you put it up in writing, there's no interpretation.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's mighty fine.
Steve takes off his spectacles. His tongue kind of slides out the side of his mouth. His eye kind of wanders around in its socket. He's like,
Jesus
good.
Christ. Oh my
Steve
God.
just takes the little elf's hand and starts walking out of the shop again.
Oh my God.
And how a toddler walks, with his legs kind of bowed and stompy? That's how Steve walks.
Oh.
And his crossbow probably hits literally everything in the shop because it's too big.
Frost, do you have anything to say to this interaction that happens?
Just kind of looking at them coming back out, surprisingly in one piece, and curious as to which is the master and which is the pet in this scenario.
I wave at the
Oh.
nice-looking cat
To which Alice
as I
will do the
like,
same.
walk away.
So,
Now I'm just set on exploring the town with this tag-along that I have.
so Alice will actually walk up to the Tabaxi, and you'll just see them kind of whisper to them, it's like, aren't you afraid that people are going to be judgmental about, you know, being fuzzy like that?
I'm holding on to, like, the tip of her skirt.
What do you mean by fuzzy, my dear? And who are you referring to?
I stroke his leg. I'm like, ooh, soft.
Oh, her leg.
No, sorry. Her leg. I'm like, ooh.
Well, you got fur and everything, and my aunt always tells me that people are very judgmental when it comes to such things.
He stands up from the wall that she was leaning against to her full height, being about 6.5 feet.
How long is your tail?
No. No, the tail moves, and anytime you go near it, it's out of your way. Well, out of your reach.
I'm jumping after that thing.
Okay, well, you're now pinned to the wall with one foot.
My eyes kind of like bulge. I'm like, what do you wanted? I just like,
well, being a tabaxi, my kind are not necessarily feared, unlike some of the more feral brethren out there.
I'm petting your leg. It's like pinning me to the wall. I'm just like petting it, like. Ooh.
Is this kobold your pet, by chance?
Oh, goodness, no. I thought he was a flower.
My name's Steve. As I'm like struggling for air with your foot on my chest.
Please let him go.
No, it's yeah, I'm gonna say her foot is big enough that she's got like two claws on either side of your neck pinning you by your shoulders. So you're not actually having issues breathing, it's just, yeah.
I touch a toe bean.
Okay, well, my name is Frost Whisper, and please stop petting my fur, you're messing it all up.
But it's so soft.
It's very nice to meet you, Frost Whisper.
Yes, but that feels terrible when you're rubbing it the wrong way.
I like hold out my hand. I'm like, show me the right way.
Christ.
Steve has the spark of innocence in his eye. He just wants to touch the big cat.
My name's
Maybe
Alice,
some
by
other
the way.
time.
Steve crosses his arm and pouts. It's like,
How was your shopping experience in that interesting den of inquiry, by the by?
Steve lights up. I've got a jug full of milk and you're a cat. So he's like rummages in his backpack, flinging shit out until he finds the jug, and he's like, would you like some milk?
She kind of leans down a little and just
think
stares
you're a
into
little
those
bit
beady little
racist.
goblin eyes. No, thank
Steve
you.
is earnestly trying to make friends with the giant cat.
Oh my god.
How tall are you, anyways?
I'm like 2.5 feet tall.
Okay, so you're like knee height. Okay.
Like if I stand up at full height, I'm like 2.5 feet tall. But I crouch, I like skulk around.
No, thank you for your generous offer, but I am not thirsty at this time.
Let me know. I got milk.
Yes, I'm sure you do.
No, no, look. And he like pours out some of the milk, and it's just like dribbling on the ground. Milk. Look.
She'll just shake her head and turn back to the elf. Did you find anything odd when you were in the shop?
Not me particularly, no. Though I did find a rather strange man who was not wearing any underwear, or shirt, or pants, or socks.
Socks are important.
Yes, I'm a little confused on that myself.
He said gnomes took his pee-pee.
That's right. They said the gnomes took his. As she points down, it's like down there.
Ah, well, I certainly didn't get that story from him.
Did you
That's,
ask?
I was focused on other things at the time, so no, I did not inquire into his past, thankfully.
What you get? What you get? What you get? What you get? And like Steve's like hopping up and down. He's like, "What you get? What you get? What you get?"
I bought a couple of pair of gloves.
Can I see them?
He'll show off the gloves of thieving that she's currently wearing and pat the other pair that's strapped to her belt.
Do I know what it is?
The other pair of gloves.
Yeah.
Do you have identify?
Fuck no.
I mean, you don't know what either pair is. It's just there's a nice brown pair with
Absolutely.
sigils on it, and another nice black pair.
I had to ask. He's like, ooh, they're too big for me.
Well, some magical items do tend to size to fit their wearer, I've heard.
Steve like clacks his little fingers together. He's like, click, 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 click,
You and your abacus.
click.
What's that?
This is a counting tool.
I thought people use their fingers and toes to count.
Yes, but with this, I can count to numbers that I don't know how to write.
Well, I could teach you how to. My aunt
No, I have
says it's-
this.
My aunt. No, I mean teach you how to write them. My aunt says it's very important to actually learn how to read and how to write.
Steve's eyes just kind of like wander in different directions. He's like, oh, reading's hard.
When one's eyes do that, it certainly is.
He like shakes his head and then refocuses. He's like, look, can I pet you like one time?
Fine.
Yes.
With the fur, not against it. She'll actually fling her tail tip over to you.
Steve muckles a hold of that son of a bitch.
You
He's just
pull
so
hairs
excited.
out, I will pull scales out.
No, like he's just holding it, so he's so excited. He's like shaking. He's like, yes. He strokes her tail a few times and lets it go with like shaking hands. He's like, I pet a huge cat.
So, as all this is happening, how's about you two give me some perception rolls? So, Steve, you actually notice an individual comes walking up to you guys and says, "So, I don't know why, but these individuals came up to me and handed me a letter. And I believe it's addressed to one of you."
Ooh, let me see. I snatch it out of his hand and I open it up and look at it blankly and
So-
just pretend to read it.
So, from what you can see, it
I can't read.
looks, exactly. It looks like a bunch of squiggles to you.
I see. Steve like scratches his chin.
Frost
Like,
will gently reach down and pluck it out of your hands and read it, assuming it's in something that I possibly cannot read.
So, written in the actual chat is the language itself. If you want to give me an intelligence roll, you can discern what language it is. So, Frost, you recognize the dialect as being infernal. What it says, though, you're not entirely sure.
Well, I'd say we probably need to either find us a tiefling or a mage to read this one.
that's racist.
Yeah, that's racist. Wait, is it racist?
No, it's
Yeah,
really
not all
not.
mages can speak infernal. God.
That would be probably why I said tiefling or a mage.
I look at the half elf and be like, that's like assuming you can read elf.
Well, I can read Elvish.
Well, yes, it's
As
a
can I.
general. Ooh, look at me. I can read elf. Steve, in perfect Elvish, is like, look at me, I can speak elf.
So she'll very gently just bap you on the shoulder. It's like, that's not very nice.
Steve like sticks out his lower lip and he's like, I'm Zoe.
As soon as you do that, like maybe 2 seconds afterwards, she just scoops you up and just hugs you. It's like, it's okay. We're still
I like
friends.
curl around her shoulders like a shawl, like Mushu when like he's talking to Mulan.
Oh my god.
It's okay.
Best friends. 2A. Big Chungus.
Sorry, I thought yes. Hello.
Hey,
I'll like wander out of the blacksmith shop and I don't know. I want to bump into somebody. Roll initiative for now. Coming out swinging.
All the way back on Discord.
Okay. So we'll be without Luna for a little bit, so we'll just kind of tire ourselves.
Oh,
a
I was
little
gonna
bit.
bump into her. Okay. I'll almost bump into the wood elf and then like back up. It's like, oh, my apologies. I didn't see you there. Hello. What is going on here?
Not a whole lot. You're very tall.
Hi. Yeah.
Too tall.
I drank my milk.
Steve has milk. No, my milk.
Okay.
It's for me and the cat.
Oh.
Apparently,
hello.
he has a decanter that gives him milk.
That is fantastic magic.
Yes.
Fantastic magic. Good on you, mate.
I bought it. Speaking of which, I need to find like the nearest mailbox and send this bitch home so I secure this deal.
You could find a local courier for it.
I pat the elf on the head because I'm still mounted on her shoulders. I'm like, I need to send this to my dad.
Do any of you know where we can find a courier around here? Oh wait,
It's like I look her directly in the face, is like curl in front of her head, and I'm like, you live here.
I know. I was actually just about to say we actually employ a couple of couriers at my residence.
Excellent. Onward. I sit on top of her head and I point forward.
So, as she leads you forward, you make your way. Where is it? Right on down to the bottom corner, right into the Elvish district. I'll just move all y'all down.
Sorry.
So, I need the three of you to give me perception rolls, please. Yes, that is one of my favorite rolls to make people roll.
22.
25. God damn.
As we
Oh,
travel,
very
I'll
perceptive.
introduce myself to the elf.
All of you are on point. Since you did that, you guys can give me nature checks.
I'm not very good at this.
I love how the dice just smack around there. It's nice.
So, two of you notice that there is a creature watching you as you enter the gates of the home. Steve, you notice there is something watching, but you're not entirely sure what it is. As you walk through the gates, you can feel eyes upon you the entire way.
I
Keep
like-
my hand ready
I
by
lean
my axe.
close to the elf and I'm like, be aware, there are eyes upon us.
Oh, that's silly. As
I draw my crossbow and I am posted on her head. I'm like, I'm not joking.
So,
How the hell are you even wielding that thing if it's as big as you are?
Don't
Very
ask
carefully.
questions.
I take up the front, like dramatically, like one fist out and the other one with my axe.
I think
Let's
you
do this.
guys are just being a little bit over dramatic. It's just my home. I don't think
Your
there's
senses are not
anything-
finely tuned like ours.
Yes, well, your home is being watched over by a creature right up there, as she will point it out.
So,
Now that I can see it, what is it?
it is something rather unusual. It has the body of a very large raccoon, but
I
has
shoot
the,
it.
But it has the head of a pigeon.
Oh, it's dead. Ew.
Are you
Is it
actually
dangerous?
trying to shoot it?
Does it look dangerous?
It does not look dangerous at all.
Is it ugly?
It's let me see if I
It's a
actually have the
raccoon with the
picture.
head of a pigeon. I'd say that's pretty ugly.
Let me see if I actually have the picture, just because of the fact that for some reason, oh, it might be. I think it's in my war crimes server. Give me 1 second.
My war crime server. He's a War Thunder player.
I mean, that is definitely a war crime, combining a pigeon and a raccoon.
He's just covered in napalm.
Like, you got the trash panda with the trash bird.
Let's see.
Does it have wings?
It does. It has wings.
Are they capable of flight?
Unfortunately, the wings are just a little bit too small for it to actually fly. As it comes over, you can see this thing is basically wagging so hard its whole ass is going back and forth.
Oh, it's like a pug.
He just kind of
what is this
stares at the
ride?
kobold.
I'm
Ah.
aiming a crossbow at it, like ready to pincushion the fucking thing.
As you see the half elf actually go running towards it, and you see her just grab it around the neck and just bury her face into it.
Oh, I thought you were throttling it. I was like, yeah, murder. God, ew, what is that? Put that down.
It's Izzy. I raised her
What?
from I raised her from an egg.
That hatched?
Yeah.
What
No,
manner
you
of
should
creature
put
is
it down.
this?
Normally they're supposed to be able to actually fly, but Izzy was a bit of a runt, and her wings never actually fully grew. She's my
Make it
best
fair.
friend.
Steve, like, shoulders his crossbow and he's like, doo-doo-doo-doo.
Let's see. God damn it. I don't have her picture anymore. I'm so sad.
Good, I don't want to see it.
Yeah, fairly easy to imagine.
Is it like one of those, like, fluorescent pigeons, like, with the shiny feathers?
The head is like a dull grayish color, but it's not like vibrant.
Ew. Just look at the small elf, and I'm like, do you know how many diseases that thing could carry?
None. Okay,
I'd like-
she does tend to sometimes get into the trash sometimes, but she's still a good girl.
Can I roll animal handling to pet this creature?
You can certainly try, yes. Let's see.
Oh, I give it good pets. Beautiful, beautiful animal.
So she seems quite happy with the petting.
I look at the shirtless man, I'm like, that thing has
I have
diseases.
clothes on.
There it is. Trash Griffin.
Trash Griffin.
There's
Oh,
multitudes of
Big
different
is that
types.
next to the kobold?
Well, considering it's literally the size of an actual mount. The multitudes of different types of trash griffins.
I only like the blue jay.
A blue jay and a squirrel. So, you have seen the Izzy as Alice will actually get right on top of her back, and she
Atlas.
will trot her way right into the manor.
I follow closely since I need this little elf to do things for me.
So this
I
is
will
not-
introduce myself to Frost in the meantime. Two-A Stone Winter.
Frost Whisper of the Silent Glens.
In honor.
Blades. Blades, yes.
Ah, I am unfamiliar. Maybe we can speak on your travels.
I have a feeling right now it'd be better to watch over that kobold.
Mischievous little one. But yes, at a later time.
As you all
Indeed.
are walking, Alice will actually tell you, it's like he pretended he was a flower earlier. Saying
Which one?
mean things about the bees.
Lies and
Never
slender.
heard.
It's not polite to fib, Mr. Steve.
Steve. Interesting name.
Steve, like, offers his hand reluctantly to the human, like, yes, I am Steve.
Haha. I like take your tiny hand and give it like a shake.
Okay, Jesus.
Very well. Shall we?
So as you walk through, you are actually met with quite a few people at this manor. As she dismounts from Izzy, you see her run inside of the manor. One of the hired help actually comes over to you and says, Good morning, everyone. You must be friends of Alice.
Yes.
Is there anything that I can get for you today? Is there anything that I can get for you?
The postman, please.
Oh, you're looking for the courier. Of course.
Yes.
Give me just 1 second. I'll go ahead and get him for you.
Thank you.
So, you see the woman wander off into the home as roughly 5-10 minutes kind of rolls past. You're met with a halfling that's strapped down with all kinds of leather gear, leather jerkin, pants, even a rider helmet with goggles. He says, well, I heard that that somebody was in need of a courier service.
Steve, narrows his eyes at this halfling. Yes. I need this sent to my hometown.
Very good. Very good. So, how long do you need? Is this going to be like an overnight service, or is this going to be standard travel?
Standard fare is fine.
Very good. Very good. As always, I want to first and foremost say thank you very much for choosing Bucky's.
You're very welcome, Bucky.
So he will take the letter, and he will very delicately place it inside of the leather jerkin, as he says, "Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go find my faithful feathery friend, and we will be off."
I mean, before he leaves, I grab his head. I'm like, look, I give him a general descriptor of my father, the general layout of my town, the house that he needs to deliver to, and if my dad isn't there, the general outline of my mother.
Very good. Thank you very much for that information. That will make tracking them down that much easier.
Yes.
Especially if you tell him exactly where you live.
That's his job.
Oh, come now, you can't expect someone to just be able to find your home when you tell them, deliver this to my home.
That's why I give him where my house was and who to deliver to in this town.
So, after a couple minutes, you can see off in the distance a halfling riding on what looks like an ostrich out the gates.
Steve gapes at the fucking giant animal that just flew by him.
So after a little while, Alice will come back. It's like, come on in, guys. I'm not gonna make you stand outside. You guys must be hungry.
Food does sound good. Thank you.
Yeah. Phoebe.
Yes, indeed. I could certainly do with a little food.
So she smiles ear to ear as she invites you all into what can be explained as a very beautiful manor. Very bright flagstone walls. You can see the floors are made of what can only be described as a very nice marble, very high-end kind of home. Beautiful antiquities through the area. You can see the tables are made of a nice cherry oak wood. As you are met with a gentleman with I guess you could say a dark gray hair, black turning gray, mustache, older fella, human, as he looks at the lot of you and says, "Ah, company." You must be
Hello?
My name's
Steve, huh? Well, it's a pleasure
it's
to meet
Steve.
you. My sincerest apologies, Steve. Please
I accept your apology.
join us. My wife and I were actually just about to sit down for brunch. You're more than welcome to actually join us. Any friend of Alice's is a friend of ours.
Thank you for the invitation. This is quite a lovely household you have. What does your family do?
Well, my family was actually one of the first to settle in Durastia. We had started out in the textiles business, and from there, nowadays, I personally actually oversee a lot of the carpentry that goes on with the kingdom. I work hand in hand with a lot of the carpenters that actually work with the Lord and Lady of Durastia.
Very noble profession you have.
I appreciate that. Honest work goes a long way, in my opinion, and honestly, I love what I do. The look on people's faces when they have a beautiful place to live is probably one of the most priceless feelings you can have.
Architecture is amazing.
Well, thank you. I actually was the one that designed this home.
Very well built.
I did the design of the place. My wife did the decorating, and honestly, it's a little slice of paradise, in my opinion. What about you, fellas? How'd you meet our daughter?
I was a flower.
I bumped into her.
Alice will actually nod and say it's true. He pretended he was a flower. Well, that's certainly an interesting way of introducing yourself to someone.
She
But-
even watered me.
As she just kind of nods shamefully. It's true. So as you all are conversing, you can see the mother comes in. She has a platter of different various fruits, be it like seasonal as well as dried fruits. On top of that, sitting on the platter with it is a kettle, and she just looks like, "Oh, I was not told that we would have company." And so the general will say, "It's like, yes, these are actually friends of Alice's. Apparently, she invited them here, so I offered them to stay for some food." Well, it's certainly nice to meet some of the people that she gets in trouble with in town.
Is the woman an elf?
She is not.
Well, no trouble from me, at least. I just happened to be stopping at a store that I was investigating for the guild.
Investigating for what?
Is there misdeeds going on?
The old man has a wide variety of complaints raised against him for his not so straightforward way of selling items.
Oh, I believe I solved your problem for you.
And how
Fancy
did
that.
you do that?
Well, I suggested that the old man put up signs in writing stating his terms and conditions for selling these goods. Therefore, customers can't complain when they are sold a cursed item.
I mean, they certainly still can.
Not if it's in writing. They know what they're
proper
getting into.
store would be able to tell the customers exactly what they are getting.
Well, sure, you can say anything, but hearsay is exactly that. You said this, I said this, and now it's just whoever the judge wants to believe.
Well,
Steve,
when
like,
one's life is in danger, it's a little harder to be that carefree.
well, your life is in danger every time you step onto the street. There could be a runaway carriage, and you could be hit by that carriage.
Indeed.
Carriage is hurt.
Like, if I were to get hit by a carriage, good luck. I'm super dead.
All the more reason to not have your life be in jeopardy while shopping at a store.
Now, there are certain risks that you assume when you shop at a store. Therefore, it's all in writing. Therefore, when you buy something and you hurt yourself, it's on you.
Certainly a unique way of looking at it.
No, I think that's the law.
Sounds about right.
Alice, your
But
friends are
survival of
rather
the fittest.
interesting. By the way, my name is Grayson, and my wife's name is Liliana. And this here
Is the
our-
child adopted? Because you're not an elf, and you're not an elf, but she has pointy ears.
Yes, our daughter is indeed adopted.
Oh, me too.
The secret's out.
But we are the Crene family, and we're very happy to have you in our home. So, I can't say that I've actually ever seen any of you in Durastia before. Why not tell us a little bit about yourselves?
I step forward to a stone winter of Ilianth. I am on a quest to fell, I don't know, 7 ancient beasts, maybe.
What an oddly specific number.
Yes. I don't know. I didn't choose it, but you know, that's what the elders say. And when I return home with their heads as trophies, I will challenge the chieftain.
Seems like
So-
a lot of fighting.
Their heads or their hands. I've got a little workaround that I'm looking through. Best way to defeat an enemy is to make him your friend.
As
But you
Alice
still have
with
to
a
chop off his hand.
nod sagely, you don't have to hurt someone to make them your friend. All you gotta do is be nice to them.
Yes.
So why would you want to hurt them?
I don't.
You see, there's the flaw in your logic. You're trying to hurt them, which is gonna make them hate you, when you should be nice to them. Maybe even give them something nice to make them your friend.
Steve, like,
No,
gives
no, my-
a side eye, but like, what if they wanted to hurt you?
Well, at that point,
I will do my best to prevent that.
Exactly. It's always better to try and talk your way out of a situation than to hurt someone, unless we hurt each other's feelings in the process. There might be some big misunderstanding because of it.
Hence the loophole. If I can bring them home, I can change the mind of my chieftain, and we can, you know, all be friends. It'd be cool. More people to drink with, more mead to try.
Did you say they were beasts?
A beast is just a friend you haven't tamed yet.
Steve is concerned.
By the way, What did that letter even say, Steve?
Steve looks. He like taps his little claws together, like his like pointer fingers. He's like, Steve could not read it.
Well, maybe my father could read it.
You read Infernal, perchance?
Well, I'm a bit
I do.
rusty on it.
Let me see it.
Wait, you actually do?
Yeah, Common and Infernal.
Oh shit.
Alright. We'll hand over the.
He'll fight you on any
letter?
goddamn plane. So I take the letter and I read over it and just. Alright.
It literally just has 2 words on it. We
Oh.
know.
I'll fold it up. This might be better discussed in private. And I'll hand them the letter
Who are you
that it
handing
was
to?
addressed to. The lady of the house.
Okay.
Like directly to her, like with the
No, that has Steve's name on it. Give it.
Oh, I thought it was hers.
No,
I mean, it
has
could
no
be for
actual-
Alice, too.
It has no name actually addressed to it. Someone literally
Oh.
from the town just handed it over, said, I think it's addressed to one of you guys.
I can't even fucking read. I don't know.
Well, then I'll like turn to the party. It's like, who was this given to?
Well,
Give it back to
Uh,
Steve.
It was just given to all of us.
Kind of handed to us.
Well, I'll tuck it in my pocket.
I take it out of his
We
pocket.
have something to discuss. Oh, okay. It says we know.
We know what?
Well, that's
I
definitely
don't
not
know if
helpful at all.
No, but it was written in Infernal, and all it said was we know. Quite vague. Quite effective.
Well, I am merely a run-of-the-mill adventurer, having just arrived in this town myself, so
You guys are
I don't know what they know,
adventurers.
but it cannot be for anything meant for me.
You could call it that.
You have to tell me some stories.
Well, maybe over dinner. What time is it, though?
Right now it's
It's not.
It's not even close to dinner. It's like 12:20.
Oh, well, I'll take a seat somewhere and regale a story, I guess, of one of my, or actually of my first travel outside of Ilianth
Okay.
to, what's the swamp one? I always forget the name of it.
Scalia.
Scalia. I navigated my way through the snowy lands of Ilianth, across this sea,
Oh no.
to,
Before you
or not across the
actually-
sea, across the
The mountain range.
marshlands, the sea of
Because,
green.
Because if you check out the world map, Scalia and Ilianth actually, during the events that had taken place, had actually fused into one continent, only divided by a mountain range.
Oh, then there we go. Okay, it was a little foggy.
Is it?
I regale my trip outside of Ilianth to Scalia.
Okay.
And the dangers and perils and victories. And the drinks. Oh, the drinks are fantastic.
While he's like regaling the story, I take the note and I go to the cat and I'm like, I'm gonna go ask some people who gave this to us. You stay here. I'll be back in a little bit, okay?
Just be safe.
Of course. Steve like flips up his hood and just fucking like walks out. With the note clenched tightly in my claws, I will find the Thieves Guild in this place, and I want answers.
Okay. Roll me investigation, please. So you head on over to your local Thieves Guild, where you are met with an individual with short, bright orange hair, sporting what looks like a thin strip of black cloth, almost like a headband. And he seems to be looking at you, he's like, "Hey, what's up?"
Does this look like a person in authority?
Give me history. So he is indeed a person of high standing, currently not the head of the guild, but certainly 2 tiers down from such.
I need to talk to your superior.
Well, the superior's not here right now. Is there something I can help you with?
I like flapped a little piece of paper in front of him. I'm like, I got this, and it's kind of concerning.
Okay.
I like unfold it and like look past it at him, and I'm like, I don't know what this says, but it was handed to me by some random guy on the street, and I want to know why. I want to know who gave it to him, and I want to know what it means.
Okay, give me just a second. Let me take a look at it here. So he.
I don't let him touch it.
You don't let him touch it.
No, I like hold it at him.
Look, bud. Either set it on the table so I can look at it, or let me see it so I can actually, get a good read of it.
I like spread it on the table.
Okay, so it was written in Infernal. Let's see. Ability check. Now that's interesting. This isn't written in ink. I'm not entirely
I
sure
await
what
with
the-
bated breath.
I'm not sure what the hell it's written in. But judging by the way it's written, this isn't your typical Infernal either. This is maybe some kind of offshoot of it. Maybe a subsect dialect. So, but it doesn't seem like it's actually your run-of-the-mill Infernal that you can see. One thing I've noticed. Look, do you mind if do you mind terribly if I hold on to this so I can?
I do mind.
You do mind?
Yes.
Because I'm trying to figure out who actually brought this to you so I can get down to it. If I have the
I'm
actual.
glad we share the same goal.
Because this, if this is written for somebody, this might actually be maybe a vendetta. It might be something important.
Wow.
But
How observant of you. We can go together.
so he'll roll his eyes like, all right, do you know what the general person looked like? What gave it
Do
to
I
you?
remember?
Yeah, give me history with advantage.
Yes. I know exactly what he looks like.
So, you recall the individual was. Oh, hit me with a curve. No worries. So, you recognize the individual. They were human. They had brass-colored hair, like a orangish, reddish brown. short hair. They had a scar on the right of their neck, roughly about maybe a half inch. They were wearing commoner clothes when they approached you. So, when that information is relayed, he's like, okay, I guess time for us to do a little bit of sleuthing.
Scar, right side neck, copper hair, common clothes.
Yes, sir. Blue eyes, pale skin.
Okay. Sure. Okay. Great. I nod at him. I'm like, all right. Let me know when you find this guy.
All right. So with that, he'll take the shawl from his cloak. He'll pop it over his head, and he'll walk on out. I'll be back when I have some information.
I give him the address of the elf's house. Like, if you can't find me, go here, tell these people, and I give them a description of the old man and the lady.
All right.
Tell them, they'll tell me.
Sounds good.
Cool. And then I trot my way back to the house.
All right. Frost, Tule, what are you guys up to? Before you say that, I will be right back. I just need to use the little DM's room.
Me too.
Well, I'm gonna get food then.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Also, I know it's hard to tell because of the picture that's on, like the screen, kind of small. Steve has a small, like, conglomeration of scales at the base of his neck that are a lighter pink or white color that look like a bow tie.
Awesome.
That's an ingenious design.
Yes. Also, kobolds have sunlight sensitivity, so he kind of wears like the big brimmed hat to not be shitty all the time.
Yeah, you're still probably squinting a whole hell of a lot.
Absolutely. Apparently, like, if I have a pickaxe, I have a like a burrow speed, which is kind of cool. Because we're good at digging tunnels.
All right, I have returned.
No.
Post Hill's character images. All right. So, what is it 2A and Frost are up to?
Frost, go ahead.
Well, once the human's done his presentation of stories, I suppose I will share my own tales of my homeland,
Okay.
the forest.
There's a lot of cats.
Well, we wait for the small scaly one to return.
Thought you were a cat.
That's Luna and not 2A.
Oh, okay. I was like, ah. It's like I've been misled.
That's Frost. Which, by the way, I gotta say, great art piece for it.
Yeah, I did a little Googling last night.
Nice.
Hell yeah. Time well spent, brother.
Interest always has fun images.
Oh, double post. All right. So, after some stories, you notice Liliana and Grayson seem quite amused by your tales, and Alice is completely awestruck as she just sits there and tells you, well, thank you, Stanley. It's going pretty good. But what you can see is they tell you one day I want to be able to actually go adventuring like that. I want to be able to go visit great lands and see the oceans and climb mountains.
What's stopping you?
Well, my aunt says I shouldn't really leave, and I don't think my parents would actually really appreciate it if I just up and left.
Isn't that the point of an adventure? Going where the winds lead you?
See, that's what
By all
I've been
means,
s-
respect your man.
That's what I've been saying,
Right.
but they don't seem to want to let me actually go. They say I'm too young to be an adventurer.
Heavens,
Steve's
I killed my
3.
first wolf when I was 12. You can adventure to at any point.
So as soon as you say that, you just see Alice look at her father pleadingly. It's like, can I please go adventuring? And her father just kind of chuckles a little bit. He looks at all of you. It's like, I don't think. Well, thank you, Stan. I actually really appreciate that. He looks at you and says, well, I actually appreciate the fact of you guys trying to get my daughter involved in such things. I really don't think that's such a wise idea. Not because of the fact that I don't think that she can do it, I just don't think that she's honestly ready. She's a very special young girl, and I think that her time right now would be better spent academically studying so she can actually, find a good husband one day and maybe even find a trade for herself.
What better way to learn than by experiencing? I've come all the way from Ilion to this beautiful land in a quest for knowledge and proving my own worth to myself and to my people. So, yeah.
So as you say
To
that,
counter your option, no, my friend. That also depends on how one is raised. If you were trained from a young age to fight monsters and beasts in your village's area, it makes a vast difference compared to if you were just raised around books.
That is fair.
If you have no martial training in your background, you're going to be at a severe disadvantage outside of your city walls, for instance.
Can I roll a survival check to kind of share my knowledge to be like, yes, it could be dangerous, but if you, in an area such as this, if you do this, this, and this, you can get, like, you know, survival stuff going.
go ahead and roll your...
Anybody can learn.
Go ahead and roll your survival check. 19. So as soon as you lay out your case, Grayson will actually look at Alice and just say, "Sweetheart, why don't you go help your mother take care of some of the cleaning? I want to have a conversation with your friends for a moment." To which she'll nod her head and she'll actually pick up some of the plates from the table and she'll bring it elsewhere. As Grayson looks at all of you and says, "Look, I understand where you're coming from with this, but I made a very specific promise to the people that we adopted her from that we would try and keep her as close to home as possible. And that's one thing that I want to try and actually respect. The less she goes traipsing about and trying to figure things out, the better. Because her parents did not want to actually be us to tell her who, her true parents were. So it leaves for more chance and more want the longer she goes wandering. If she's here, it's less likely of her to actually try and start digging around for it.
Can I sneak back into the building?
Give me stealth.
Well,
Eh.
don't you think she'd want to know when she does find out?
Look, that's one thing that if that day comes, then that's the hurdle that I'll go over. But right now, her guardian basically told me a stipulation for her adoption is the fact that a lot of people. God damn it! I lost my place. So he tells you it's like one of the stipulations of her adoption was the fact that we would make sure to keep that as hush-hush as possible. If she finds out on her own, that's one thing, but if she does find out on her own, then that's on her, but they wanted us to try and minimize that as much as we can. They said that they wanted her to basically live, a comfortable, normal life. They didn't want her actually getting involved in things that might make her life difficult. And what better way to do so than to live a very calm and peaceful life out in the cities.
Well, while I am a firm believer that challenging yourself is the only way to grow as a person, I will respect this.
Have I entered the home?
You have snuck your way in past the orderlies of the house.
Am I with the group?
You are, I would like to say, probably like in the doorway just before there.
Do I see the little girl leave?
Yes, actually, you actually catch the tail end of her heading into the kitchen with her mother.
I follow her.
Okay. What will you do with yourself when you tail her to the kitchen?
I like poke her in the leg.
So she jumps as she actually drops a glass.
Can I catch it?
Give me an acrobatics.
Can I have a sleight of hand?
Sure. Not bad. Even with a poor roll, you did pretty good.
As you see why.
So you just barely catch the glass just about as it's about to hit the ground. And she's like, Steve,
Phew, that was close.
don't sneak up on me like that.
Sorry, it's what I'm good at. But I don't think your people are gonna let you leave. But if you want to leave, you can come with us.
You don't think they're gonna let me leave?
No. Your people seem like sticks in the mud. But if they say you're too young, I'm 3. And he holds up like all of his little talons.
Yeah. Let's see. And bam. Sorry about that. I literally just had a spammer trying to advertise promotion.
The chat to do it in, I suppose.
So Liliana will look at you. It's like, I really don't think that's your place to be asking her what to do. After all,
I'm not asking anybody.
she's still a young
You want to
girl.
go out, don't you?
She's a young girl. Right now, as it stands,
Shrugs. I'm a young kobold.
as it stands, we are her parents. Right now.
Oh,
we're
I'm not
the
talking
one-
to the grown-ups. I'm talking to the girl.
Yeah, she's like, you're talking to her, but Liliana's basically trying to tell you it's like we're the ones that make the decision here.
She's not in the room. I'm in the kitchen.
Yeah. Liliana and Alice were in the kitchen taking care of dishes.
Ow.
When,
I just look at them and like, who's talking to you?
so the woman will actually like lean slightly to the side as you see like beautiful like blonde curls, very soft skin, blue eyes.
Is she an elf?
She is human. Now, I appreciate the fact that you're friends with my daughter, but I don't appreciate the fact of you trying to push something that is not with for her best interest like that.
Steve climbs up on the table and points a talon at her. I mean, like, have you listened to what she wanted?
It's not what she wants right now. As I said, she's a young girl. She has a lot of academic studies that need to be taken care of.
Books are transportable.
So you'll actually hear like the clink of the dishes as you just see her kind of stiffen up a little bit, and she just gives you this very polite smile. It's like, right, sweetheart, I think your friends should be heading out soon. And
Yes, I've won the argument. It's time for us to leave. I see.
as she's just like, but mom, it's like, no buts. You still have studies. Now, it was very nice meeting all of you, but I believe my daughter actually has other things that she needs to be doing right now.
Steve smirks at the older woman and looks her directly in the face and says, "Your daughter will run away if you keep containing her in a home."
We will see about that. I know that she would do the right thing. Now then, off you go.
Steve turns with a flourish of his little cape and humps as he like drops off the table with a.
So, as you walk out, Liliana will actually join you as you're leaving and say, "Well, it seems like it's time for you guys to get going. Right now, Alice has a lot of work to do, so you can come and visit her afterwards, maybe tomorrow. But right now, she has much to be doing. It was very nice meeting all of you, and I hope that we can see you soon."
Something's not.
I head to the door and can I make eye contact with freaking name Alice, I believe?
Yeah, you can.
And just like
She seems pretty disappointed.
Steve
I'll
shoots a
let-
wicked grin at the fucking lady who just dismissed them, like a shit-eating grin.
To
and
which
I'll
she
kind
will
of nod
brandish
towards
her
a window.
broom.
So Steve like scurries out.
You were saying to I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say I just gesture to the window with my eyes. Like you can get out through a window.
Oh yes, the good old climb out the window trick.
Yes. Or the front door.
So, as
Perhaps we'll just bow to the man and woman and kind of shuffle the other two out with an apologetic look on her face.
Alice will give you a very pitiful wave as Grayson will actually smile and say, "Now there's no need to, be down like that. You guys can still come and visit. She just has some work that she needs to be done. So feel free to come on back afterwards. Once chores and everything are all done, you're more than welcome to come back and pay our daughter a visit."
May Aelia bless you with good tidings. I'll
Steve
head
looks
out.
around. No one sneeze.
What?
Yeah, why are you blessing them?
I
if no one
turned
sneezed?
back like, oh my goodness. So, okay. I pinched the bridge of my nose. I'm going to this tavern. I need a drink.
All right.
I'll be there. I wander off to the tavern. Check out on my weapon on the way.
All right. So your weapon has been well taken care of. Beautiful oak handle, carved quite nicely with runes, I might add. You can see that there is indeed a spike at the end of it, just as you asked, sharpened to a very vicious point. I might add to that.
Very nice. I test the weight of it.
It feels like the weight of it's been cut in half. It swings nicely, as if it cuts right through the air.
Does the mithril seem strong enough to potentially work as a shield against a weapon?
I would not recommend
Like a
it.
swing?
I wouldn't strongly recommend it, especially if it's a much larger creature, but if it's your regular brigand or anything like that, yeah, you'll have no problems. But be careful when it comes to larger creatures. Mithril's a sturdy metal, but it's meant to be a lightweight alloy. That's why we mix it with other materials to strengthen it.
Clever. Alright. Hopefully it doesn't come down to life or death with the beast.
Of course.
I shake his hand by the forearm and toss him a full I'll round it up to 80 for the tip.
Alright.
May Aelia bless you with your trials. And yeah. I'm gonna have to dip at around 10:30.
What's that?
Oh, I was about to say I worked a 12-hour shift and have another one tomorrow. I gotta dip at about 10:30.
Sounds pretty gay.
You know what happens. Gotta suck a little dick, make a little money.
That is definitely not what I thought it was.
Oh, I updated or posted the clothed version of my character. I finally freaking found one. Pinterest is a fickle bitch.
Certainly can be.
I grabbed the coat tail of the cat, and I'm I dig my heels in so we stop walking.
Yeah, the counterpoint is I just literally pick you up and hold you under my arm.
No, something's wrong.
Did you find anything out about that letter?
I've got a guy working on it, but something's wrong with the little girl.
Not exactly our place to tell a family what they can and cannot do.
That's not even her family.
If they adopted her, then yes, they are.
Ugh, technicalities. Something's going on, and I don't like it.
So, as you guys are, I take it you are going to join her in not her, join 2A at the tavern.
I'm gonna head back to the Adventurers Guild first and just give them an update on what I found out so far.
Okay.
I'm being toted along, so I guess I go too.
Alright. So you two head on over to the Adventurers Guild. 2A, give me perception.
Oof.
Oof indeed.
Damn, I'm already a couple flagons in. Whatever those big old cups are. Mugs.
Oh. Good grief. What the? Why didn't my effects...
Boasting about battle. Boasting about women.
Good grief. So you...
Having a jolly old time.
I'll say, because you don't even notice what happens.
Your pocket's been plundered.
No.
I'm gonna say it's a little worse than that.
His anal virginity?
Oh, he lost that to the dwarf years ago.
Poor guy.
I do cry sometimes. Late at night. I burst into song, okay? God, you make my body physically recoil every time He pops into my brain, Spicer.
See what I mean?
Ugh.
Got like dwarf PTSD.
Pretty
Yes.
fucking much.
What do you think the D stands for?
Penis.
Pretty fucking much.
Post-traumatic stress dick. So you don't even notice. You actually, what's your passive?
14.
You know, as you do eventually start to see, roughly 5 individuals come walking into the tavern, all dressed in the exact same, almost the exact same clothing. Dark green robes, mask over the face, and around their neck you can see what looks like a necklace of a horn, like a hunting horn. As they all seem to gather around one of the larger tables. They don't say anything, but they literally just kind of congregate and just kind of almost as if they're staring at each other.
I barely take notice. I just notice somebody came in and adjust my volume accordingly. So they can hear as well.
Okay. Well, with that being said, I guess I will move on over to the two at the Adventurers Guild. As the elf looks at you, Frost, and says, "Welcome back. Have you figured out what's going on with our deranged salesperson?"
Unfortunately, the man just seems to have seen one too many wars and is now just offering anything and everything at buyer's own risk, to put it bluntly.
Huh. Well,
Some of his items seem to be in far better shape than others, but as I show him off the 2 pairs of gloves that I did purchase,
okay.
not all of them are magical, I'm sure. Not all of them are cursed, but, well, some are. Not sure what you can do about it, unfortunately.
I guess I could always petition the king of this city to try and get him evicted if this is causing problems for people if it persists. But
Steve's ears perk up. The elf talking about eviction. Steve's like, now, I've fixed this problem, mister.
A simple
yeah?
sign is not fixing the problem, my friend.
How is it not? It's they're assuming their own risk now. It's not on the old guy anymore.
well, I guess at that point this is really a pain in the ass. I mean, technically he's not breaking any actual laws. Nobody says that you can't actually sell something that may or may not be cursed. Even if he himself doesn't know about it.
Hold on, what?
I do wonder, though, if he does have a permit to have an owl bear in his shop.
He has an owl bear.
Yes. Which
Well,
he
that-
claims is his son, so... The man definitely, as I said, is a little... loose in certain areas,
Loose
including
is
the clothing.
Loose is definitely putting it nicely. At least that's something we can at least, crack down on with it. So we'll definitely talk to him about the wild animal But
Yeah.
I guess that's
Nathaniel's not wild. You slander his name, and I climb on top of his fucking counter and I look him directly in the mouth, and I'm like, "You take that back."
Look, half pint. You know, I'm just doing my job here. You know, I can't say
Your
whether or
job of
not.
what? Sullying the name of a man who's just trying to run his business?
I'm not trying to sully his name for business. I'm merely stating I don't know if this animal is actually tamed or not. Regardless, he does need a permit for such. Anything larger than a small dog needs to actually have a permit in case there's any kind of danger to the general populace.
Nathaniel's not a danger to anybody.
See, I don't know that though.
I
And
do.
You don't know this Nathaniel character. I guess you probably don't know them that well.
I know them very well.
How long have you known them?
Since I was born.
Roll deception.
How about persuasion?
Sure.
I mean, you are literally trying to deceive, so.
Damn.
Regardless, it's the rules of the kingdom. Anything larger than a canine, feline, which is, I put that very loosely in the fact of a house cat, requires special permit because exotic animals can be dangerous to not only the nature and well-being of the kingdom, but also the fact of the people of Durastia. Now, worse is gonna happen. He might get a 5 gold, fine for it. But other than that, there's really not much we can actually do with this guy.
Good.
But once he
I'll
has
just
his
put the 5 gold on the table.
So he'll look at Frost and say, "Is this a friend of yours or something?"
We met outside of said shop.
And I purchased this container of milk. As I like splotch the milk all over his desk on purpose.
Thanks a lot. Now I have to. Now I gotta figure out how to get my ledger taken care of. I need to be able to fix my goddamn ledger. Well, Frost. Well, I don't know your actual name. Well, adventurer. Here's the money that's owed for following up with that, as he'll actually hand you a satchel with 10 gold pieces in it. I appreciate you following through. I can't really guarantee that it's going to be, you know, if anything is going to be done with this, considering your friend is trying their absolute best to try and stop that as best they can. But we'll definitely follow through as much as we can.
I will. Yes. Well, I will have a talk with my kobold acquaintance there, and hopefully the results will be positive for all. And apologies for the late introduction, but yes, I am Frost Whisper of the Silent Glades.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
And make sure I step on his ledger as I fucking jump off of his little fucking stand and walk out.
As you just hear him mumble quietly, filthy little creature.
Some of us, air quotes, demi-humans are better behaved than others.
It's certainly
She
Yeah.
bows and
Was trying
follows him out.
a random old guy running a shop, and that's not okay. You don't mess with the Commonwealth. There's no reason for it.
all high and mighty because I'm an elf.
She just picks you up again, slings you back under her arm, and
He like rests his cheek and is like,
again, this is not our place to tell those what to do. It is for the good of everyone in this city.
I disagree. There's no. What does he gain from that? Nobody was being hurt. Physically.
What happens if someone gets an item that from him that ends up being a cursed artifact and summons a demon that destroys the city?
I think you vastly overestimate the ability of that old man and his acquiring of things.
You never know, especially when you do not identify the potential magical items in your possession. As I still have this pair of gloves that I need to figure out what they do, and I'm not risking my neck putting them on before I know.
Steve just looks away. He's like,
there are only so many risks one will take before one's life is in too much danger. Meanwhile, I'm looking for the tavern that two would have gone to.
Alright. So, give me investigation. Hey, sweetheart. I hear that blinker. Alright, a 16 and 18. So, you guys actually make your way to the Frumpy Pumpkin. When you do, give me your perceptions. You both notice sitting outside of the tavern, you actually see the young half-elf just kind of sitting there with an umbrella.
As we enter, I'll buy everybody around and bid everybody farewell because I have to go to bed.
Okay.
Take care.
May our paths cross again, players and non.
See you tomorrow?
Perhaps. Maybe after my shift. I get off 5:30 tomorrow.
Sounds good.
I approached the little half elf.
Good night, all.
Good night.
Good night.
Hey, Steve.
What are you doing here?
Well, after getting into a bit of an argument with my parents, I kind of up and left in a huff. I told them that they were being kind of rude to you and Miss Frost and Mr. Two-Way. And they seemed to think that I was being unreasonable with that, so I left in a hurry, and I didn't really know where to go, so I thought, where do adventurers typically go? Of course, I'm not really allowed to do much in taverns. I just decided that I would enjoy the outside and see if maybe I could find you guys. And I wanted to apologize for how they treated you.
I told them this would happen.
Oh, my dear, your parents unfortunately do have the right of things. If you have not received any real training in survival and such skills, martial arts, something to defend yourself, you are at an extreme disadvantage.
I can do things. As she'll actually as the rain's coming down around you guys, you see her start making gestures with her hands. As you can see, some of the rain actually come together and shape into a sphere. See, I can do stuff. I guess it's just more the fact of they don't think I have enough experience.
Well, you don't get experience in a house reading a book.
Have you tried signing up with the local adventurers guild at least? They can always offer to assist you in training and help you find parties of similar skill level to do quests and such of relatively low difficulty to start you out.
I tried. My parents already spoke to a few of the people there. What if I
No
came
mages
along?
college in this city?
Not in this one. It was closed down a few years ago due to the fact of a seriously bad scandal that had taken place. Apparently there was some talk of cult activity that had taken place.
Cultists that looked like those guys? I point into the tavern at the suspiciously dressed people.
I'm not entirely sure, to be perfectly honest with you. But I guess that makes sense. Hypothetically, if I was to come with you guys, would that be okay?
Absolutely.
She'll
How
look at
old
Frost.
are you, my dear?
What was that?
She's asking how old she is.
Well, I'm 17, and I'm going to be 18 next. Let's see. Next Bayar on the 17th.
What training have you had to this point?
Not a whole lot. I can do a little bit of magic when it comes to nature. As she holds out her hand and you see a flower blossom from her palm.
Steve pulls out his abacus and clickety clacks on it, and he's like, "She's this many times older than I am. That's good enough for me."
I'm pretty sure my family's pets at home are many times older than you are as well, Steve. That is
Well, then why don't they go
consideration here. So you have more of a way with plant life, do you?
Mm-hmm.
Animals as well?
Of course. I mean, I raised Izzy since she was a little hatchling.
So, from my experiences, you're probably a novice druid. Unfortunately, that is something well beyond my skill set. So I don't know what considers you qualified or not in that regard.
She made a flower. That's pretty good, right?
I've seen mages that can do that with their cantrips as well, though.
I can't make a flower. She's already more better than I am.
I do not personally have magical potential in me either, but that is all the more reason for me to beg askance from someone who does have experience with such crafts.
They just need to read books or something. We just find the books.
You can read all you like, but it can fail spectacularly when you come to actually require practicing it.
Yeah, she can practice while we're adventuring.
So,
He
as you
just
guys are
sighs and shakes her
talking,
head.
as you guys are talking, you actually can give me perception rolls, you two. Poor Frost can't seem to catch a break.
The worst part is, I got expertise in perception.
So, Steve, you actually notice the 5 robed individuals get up from their chairs, and you see them actually walk out into the rain and off into the city.
Should we follow them?
But why?
I don't know.
Did they look like the same guys that approached me earlier in the day?
Correct.
Okay, so with my 19 perception, did I notice a small scar on one of their necks?
You did not. By the way, Steve, so I can actually show you. I'll just show all. This is roughly pretty close to what they look like.
They're spooky. There's no way they're not evil.
Now, are you saying that in character or out of character?
Oh, Steve said that.
That's not very nice to say. They could just be from a different culture.
But they look like bad guys.
Just because somebody looks bad doesn't mean they are bad. Shame on you.
Well, one way to find out.
So, with that being said, what will you do?
Fuck. Steve like scurries up to the barkeep and he's like, "One room. Here's my backpack. Take my stuff to my room. I gotta go with those guys."
Okay.
And Steve only takes the bag of ball bearings and his 2 knives.
Okay. So.
And fucking starts after the bad guy.
All right. Let's see here.
Frost will just sigh and motion for Alice to follow along as she follows after Steve.
And I will attempt to stealth.
All right. Give me a stealth roll.
I'm very stealthy.
Clearly, Jesus
Me
Christ.
too. Not quite as stealthy, but still.
We both just vanished from this elf sight.
She's just like, guys, where did you go?
I will gently reach out and grasp her hand and keep her close, but try and still be super stealthy.
So you notice the 5 individuals. They basically head into the square of town, and you notice they all seem to touch the statue, like the monument, and afterwards they all seem to just disperse through the town, heading in different directions.
What the fuck? Does one clearly look like?
Wonderful.
Say again.
Does one clearly look like the leader?
Roll perception.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm gonna say you don't see anything. Jesus.
Big fart.
Did he roll a fart?
He rolled a fart.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm pulling up to the house, so I'll be inside in a minute.
All right, sounds good. All right, so you notice that they move in all directions. Frost, you do happen to notice one of them seems a little more ornately dressed compared to the other 4. The only difference is like the trimming on their robe is like a silverish in color, and on one of their hands you can see a signet ring.
I pull Steve and Alice after that one.
Okay.
I'm still very stealthy. I'd like to circle in front of him, and like flop on the ground with like my dagger, like pretend to stab in my chest, like.
So that's roughly the insignia that you could make out on the ring as you pass by.
Yeah, it's not creepy or anything.
So you guys are going after the one that seems to look more higher ranking, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's just move you on over here. So give me perception.
God damn it! I can't see shit in this rain. You must have like rain vision because I can't see shit.
GM views. Congratulations, you have gotten the. Two roll. That's in a row. Huh? Didn't add that in there. Well, time to change that. Achievements. Oh yeah, by the way, there is indeed achievements.
Did I just get one for rolling 2 1s in a row?
Yep.
Great.
Alright. And where is it? Bam. Better luck next time, chap. So, you don't notice, but Frost, you do actually notice that the individual is currently conversing with one of the town guard. As you can see, they kind of point their way towards the monastery. To which they will actually make their way towards the mausoleum, not the monastery.
Well, I'm gonna continue following this guy, this person, and yeah, trying to keep secretive while also keeping watch over Alice.
All right. So, give me one more perception roll.
Here we go again. Oh, I can see something, kinda.
What's your passives?
Well,
Yours is 12, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm gonna go with Steve's being 12 as well.
Yep. Correct. Both of you have 12. You actually notice the individual goes over to a gravestone. You see them actually kneel down to it. You see them make a motion with their hands as they reach into their robe, and they actually lay something at the gravesite before getting up. And from what you can see, going back to the monument.
I will investigate the grave and see what they left behind.
I'll keep tailing the dude.
Alright, so you are tailing. You head on over to the gravestone. You notice that it's a gravestone with a blue flower on it, but the gravestone itself is so worn and weathered, you can't tell what the actual name on the stone is anymore.
Oh, so they can still find me? I drop one ball bearing every other step.
Clever.
Yeah, that's gonna be a little hard to find in the rain, but yeah.
That's what I got.
Can I tell what type of flower it is?
Give me a nature check.
Or
Another thing that I'm actually good at, supposedly.
So you can tell that it's a blue hibiscus, which is native to the realm of Scalia. Well, the continent, not realm, I should say. I want to be perfectly clear about that one.
Okay, so needless to say, it's a little far off. Guessing, yeah.
Steve.
Curious,
Give me
so we'll
perception.
grab Alice and head after Steve then.
Ready.
It's the rain. It's the rain.
Our roads are shit when it rains too. I don't know what the fuck's going on with that.
Yes, yes, blame the rain.
Steve can't see the rain.
The rain is too tall for Steve.
Exactly.
Which is weird because I can't find Steve anymore.
I'm right here.
Oh, there you are.
Steve's stealth was too high for the DM.
So,
No, just your character blends in too good with the background.
It's by design.
so as you guys are sitting there watching, you actually notice after about an hour of watching, one by one, the individuals return to the monument as they just kind of look at each other before you see them all gather together in a group again, and you see them start walking out the gates.
Like out of town?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. I look at the cat. Like, do we still follow them? I guess they didn't do anything wrong.
No, just highly suspicious activity.
I'll tail them. You guys go back to the tavern.
Well, if they didn't
What
do
good
anything
would that
wrong,
do right now?
I'm small. It's raining. It's really hard to see. They won't be able to see me. You're kind of big and fluffy.
I'm also dark. I blend in well with the shadows.
You're also 3 times as tall as me, and we're kind of the same color when I'm in my robe.
Considering they were talking to the guards, the city guard might be involved. Granted, he could have just been getting directions, but perhaps we should take this to the guild. See if they know anything about anyone matching those descriptions.
I think those guild people are more concerned with evicting an old man from a business.
maybe we should just leave it alone for now, since they haven't actually done anything wrong. They might just be weird.
Well, I mean, when they approached me earlier, they didn't even know what city they were in, which is odd enough on its own.
I mean, to be fair, they could actually be from another country.
Yeah, but aren't there signs all over the place saying like, "Oh, welcome to fucking barista"?
As she looks at you and squints, this coming from the person that doesn't know how to read,
I don't know. There's signs everywhere.
maybe they're illiterate.
But normally one would ask the local militia instead of a random passerby on the street.
Look, I don't know anything about it. All I know is the longer that I'm out here, the sooner my parents are gonna get concerned and going to find out and start looking for me. So if we're leaving town soon, I think it might be a good idea if we just grab some of my things and go. It's time for them to honestly freak out.
The same shit-eating grin that Steve gave the older lady crosses his face again. She's like, once again, Steve is correct.
And Frost will wrap her knuckles on your scaly little head. Don't do that.
What? Was I wrong?
You were not right either.
Exactly what I said would happen happened. I don't know how much more right I can be.
Frost just sighs and shakes her head.
Yes.
If you wish to adventure with us, I will do my best to protect you. But if you need to gather some things, then we shall head to do that.
Okay. So she'll nod her head and she'll make her way there with you guys in tow.
Steve
As-
like tugged at her like skirt and is like, "You want Steve to go get the things?"
I mean, if you want to, I'm not
Steve
gonna make you.
like flips up his hood and be like, "Leave it to Steve." And I will now infiltrate the house.
Okay. So, give me perception, Steve.
I'm not very good at this.
Hey, it's not a 1.
Right, it's not a 1 or a 3.
What's the total number? I have something open that is disallowing me to take a look at the moment. 12? Okay. So you notice right off the bat the gates to the manor are open, and a rather frazzled Izzy is looking at you, basically like jumps out of the bushes and literally pushing you.
The fucking raccoon thing.
Yep.
Yes.
I point at in the general direction of my pair of comrades. I'm like, they're that way. Stop.
Oop, wrong one. So as you're trying to actually go deeper into the property of the manor, Izzy is literally trying to pull on your shirt to keep you from going in there.
What is it, boy? Is Timmy stuck in the well?
Like she is trying her absolute best to keep you out of there.
Does it have a collar?
Yes, she does.
Okay, I grab the collar and I lead the thing to the elf.
To Alice?
Yes.
Okay.
Like, take your thing. I gotta go get the stuff.
Okay. So she'll actually hold on to her. She Alice, as soon as she grabs onto her, Alice will actually say, "Is he shaking like a leaf?"
Yeah. More the reason for you guys to stay out here, and I will now stealth and attempt to enter the house.
Okay, give me stealth.
Well,
Oof.
rolls are not great, but I think I'm stealthy as fuck, so I'm going in.
Okay. So, you think you're stealthy as fuck? Give me, as soon as you enter the actual manor, I need you to give me a Constitution saving throw.
Neither of these. Well, not bad. I'm bad.
The stench that you smell as soon as you open that door is unlike anything you've ever experienced. You, for lack of better terms, you throw up and you are sick to your stomach. Coincidentally, has Steve ever actually been around decomposition?
No.
Okay, so yeah, it's indescribable to Steve.
Well, that's mighty fast.
With like watering eyes, Steve tries to soldier on.
All right, so Steve, when you walk inside of the place, you can hear the sound of flies buzzing. Give me a perception roll.
Okay, I can see some this time.
All right, 19. You notice a very, very macabre display in front of you. You see that the table that you sat at with Grayson, Liliana, and everyone else, you can see that there's silhouettes of people lay on the table, covered in white cloth. You can actually see there's like flies all around the room. You can smell the stench of what could only be described as decay and rot.
Mm. Steve like wraps like his cloak around his head, like just with his like eye slit, like attempting not to barf again, and I will walk to the little elf's room and gather her things and attempt to leave as fast as possible.
No investigation for you.
Absolutely the fuck not.
All right. So
I'm not even gonna tell a little girl about this.
Jesus Christ. So nothing is packed in her bag. So what exactly are you going to grab for her?
What's in the room?
You can see that there's a potted plant. You can see that there is what looks like a diary.
That. Grab that.
You can see that there is a couple of dolls sitting on the bureau.
Which one looks the well worn?
Which one looks like what?
The most well worn of those dolls.
Probably the one of the white beast folk. You can see that.
Yep.
Let's see. Yeah, you can see like white yarn hair, white cloth used for like the actual body of it. But
Nothing in this room looks like it's been rummaged through.
nothing in the room has been rummaged through.
Okay. I grabbed the dolly that looks like the most loved, and the diary, and an assortment of books that look like they have been read over,
Okay.
and clothes.
All right. So, as you grab those things, when you come on downstairs, give me one more perception,
Perception.
please.
All right. Still seeing good.
You notice atop that macabre display, you see that there is indeed a letter left on the table.
Son of a bitch. I begrudgingly take it. Does it look like the one that I already have?
It's definitely the same kind of squiggles.
Okay, that's good enough for me. I'd grab it. And I skadoodle.
Okay. So you skadoodle on out of there.
I like push the bag at the girl, and I grab the cat, and I'm just like, I need a second with my compatriot here.
Okay.
I pull her out of earsight, and I'm like, I'm not even gonna begin to describe to you what I saw in that motherfucking house. We need to leave.
Well, I guess we better head back to the tavern and get your bag and
Yes.
hopefully a refund for your room.
Yeah, we're skadoodling. Like, I've never seen a person contorted into like a tree shape before. Also, I got another note. But don't tell the girl; she's gonna freak out. She doesn't. Well, she does not need that on her shoulders. Okay.
He's going to find out sooner or later.
Right. But right now, we don't need to deal with that. Okay.
Fine.
Hey.
You can tell her.
When the time is right. And Steve like goes back to the girl and it's like, "Yay, we're gonna leave now."
Oh, okay.
Okay, first check the bag. Do you want anything else out of that house?
I think that as she goes through it, you can see she's like, I think that's everything.
Excellent. We're going to the tavern. We're going on an adventure.
Do you know why Izzy was so upset?
Why? Who is so upset?
Izzy. She was shaking like a leaf when you brought her to me.
Yeah, your parents were really upset when I like had to like stealth in through the house and like covert ops into your room and gather all the stuff. They were yelling and all that stuff. So we should leave before they call the guards and we're all arrested, right?
Oh. So,
Ross just kind of grabs Alice's other hand and starts heading towards the tavern, her tail fidgeting a lot.
okay.
Steve enters the tavern, grabs his bag, grabs his crossbow. Jesus Christ, we need to go.
We should also get Alice some equipment.
Yeah, in a different town. I'm not staying in this town anymore. I hand her like one of my daggers. I'm like, look, if push comes to shove, hit him with the pointy end.
As she looks at the dagger rather confusedly. Okay.
It's just like a last ditch effort. Like magic is super cool and you could do lots of stuff with that. But like if they get like from me to you, probably just stab them.
Okay. And you sure this is okay?
Oh, absolutely.
If they're attacking you, it's self-defense, my dear.
Okay.
Indubitably. I look at Frost and I'm like, I need to go talk to my guy that I talked to before, to see what what's going on with him. I'll meet you at the gate.
No, we're going together.
Well, I need to know some information that I asked this guy to.
You hand signs in Thieves' Cant that says, yes, we're going together.
I sign back and like communicate in Thieves' Guild. Like, what are we doing with the girl? I'm going to the Thieves' Guild.
We're not leaving her alone.
We're not bringing her down there.
Together. Yes, we are.
Steve's like, okay, fine. Steve like flips up his hood as he like walks towards the Thieves' Guild. He's like, okay, we're going to talk to the guy that I talked to before, and we're gonna go have a conversation with him, okay?
Oh, okay. You guys are acting really funny.
Yeah, I'm just trying not to be arrested by the guards that may or may not be coming any time now because, your guardians were a little upsetting spaghetti.
Oh. Maybe I should at least tell them I'm leaving.
If you go now, right, they're never gonna let you out of the house again.
I guess that makes sense.
And I don't think you want to be cooped up in that house for the rest of forever, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay, then we're gonna go talk to my guy, and then we're gonna go see what we can do for an adventure.
Okay.
Excellent. Steve starts walking towards the Thieves' Guild again, pretty hurriedly.
So, sitting outside of the Thieves' Guild is the individual, and he looks a little bit shaken up.
Like, before I say anything to him, I'm like hand signing at him. Like, if you say anything about anything while the girl is around, I'll tear all of your ears off. And I'm like, oh, hey, how you doing? Anything useful?
What the fuck did you get yourself into?
Steve's
Russ
fuming.
just kind of standing behind. That's what I'd like to know as well.
Because the shit that I just found, you stepped in it. I don't know who the fuck you pissed off, but you stepped in it.
You said all of this out loud?
Oh yeah.
I'm like, hey, subtlety's not your best thing, but we got a little girl here. But I'm
To
saying
hell
this
with
is Steve.
subtlety. This shit is dangerous. These people are not fucking around.
Steve crosses his arms. He's like, yep, I'm tracking. Read this. And I hand him the next note.
So he looks at it, and you can see the color just drain from his face. And he just says, "We are watching, we know, and we will find you." That's a declaration if I ever saw one. So
Bye.
from what I gathered, that guy that got the original letter got it from some weirdos in robes.
Were they green?
From what he said, yeah.
Did they look like birds?
Long pointy masks. Yes.
Yeah.
Steve crosses his arms and looks back to the little elf. Told you they were bad guys.
I don't know what the hell what you did to piss them off, but apparently they're looking for you and they're gonna catch you.
Truss just kind of makes a couple signs. They're not looking for us, they're looking for her.
Then at that point, she's hot goods. You might want to drop that potato. Because I
Not an
guarantee...
option right now, unfortunately.
I guarantee they're gonna go through great lengths to probably try and get her then. And the way that the guy described it, these guys here seemed like they were definitely not playing around. Apparently one of them held a knife right to his throat and told him to give that message.
Maybe that's where that mark came from. Well, thank you
We'll
for
get her
your...
out of your hair at least.
I am getting way too old for this shit.
I doubt I'm even half your age and I feel the same.
Well, whatever you guys choose to do, good luck. And keep it far away from me, would you?
Consider us never having this conversation.
So sorry, back. What was that you said? I'm sorry.
I said, consider us never having this conversation, friend.
Oh, trust me, it's long since passed my mind.
Great. Steve looks at the little girl and is like, maybe we should leave now.
Is everything okay?
For now, yes. But the longer we stay in town, probably the worse it gets.
Oh, okay. I guess this is goodbye, everyone. I guess this is goodbye, Durastia.
Bye, Drestio.
So-
You'll be back in the future, Alice.
Maybe one day when I'm a great adventurer.
Yes.
As you guys head on out of the gates. And you make your way...
Hyper vigilant now. Like, anybody looking like those guys is getting the blabber.
Okay. So, let's is right here. I'll just put like a little blip there so you guys can kind of see it. Just so I don't have to keep going back and forth. Update. I'll just kind of move it along as you guys actually progress through the world map. So which way are you guys going to be heading?
Well, we
Frost
need.
just looks down at Steve. What do your instincts tell you, O great leader?
Steve like puts his hand over his face. And he's like, "Well, we probably should figure out who these guys in robes are, right?"
I mean,
Yeah, that would be an obvious answer. But we definitely have a person with us who needs equipment first, so we should see that done first.
Yes. I mean, the next logical step would probably be Wallachia.
Wallachia.
I prefer Wallachia.
Wallachia.
Steve can't even fucking read, alright? You think he's gonna pronounce the names right?
To this place here.
He points up
We
a
should head north.
It's gonna be a long walk.
Yeah, I mean, we should probably just kind of go cross country and next little city first.
Sure. If you think that would be better.
I mean, we're gonna need some rest and we'll probably find something to gear up the little miss there.
Yeah, sure. You think that would be better? I don't mind going to City Wall Forest.
Well, I mean, I meant the little village here.
Oh.
That's Ravenglass.
Yeah, I can't click on the map for whatever reasons. Got rapier stats following my frickin' mouse around here.
We can try there first. On our way to Wallachia.
Oh, bless Steve's little heart.
What? We don't like Wallachia?
I'm so mad. Banned.
I'm gonna find like somebody who can make a model of Wallachia, but I'm gonna make it one of those chia seed models for you.
I hate everything. Everyone's banned. Everyone get out of my stream.
Yeah, I guess we'll start making our way towards Ravan Kalaste.
During this time, Alice is gonna try and teach Steve how to read.
Now he's just gonna do it on purpose.
Oh. So, as all this is happening, give me perception rolls, please. After a few hours of travel.
Alright. I can see. Who's the unaware one now?
Yeah, that's what happens. You get a 3 on the dice.
Excuse me.
Well, so Frost doesn't notice it. You guys can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Frost, you don't notice it, but Steve, you start to hear quite the thunderous rumble behind you. Sound of 4 hooves coming very quick up behind you.
You're like scoot the little elf off the road and be like, hide in the bushes.
Okay.
Well, the horse and its rider, which is, wearing a black cloak, all you see of her face is just 2 golden eyes peering out over it. The rest of her face is covered with the cloak and a shawl that covers her nose and mouth part of it. She pulls her horse to a stop, and she stares at you. And she looks over to where the elf is hiding. And she makes a sound, a whistle, kind of like, what would it be? What are they called? Like the ones you hear. I don't want to say macaw.
Sparrow,
yeah,
monotone.
kind of like a sparrow, yeah.
Okay.
I like look at the bush like, I don't speak bird. What'd you just say?
So as soon as that happens, you just see Alice's head pop right up out of the bushes.
And at that point, as soon as Alice's head pops out of the bushes, she kicks the horse's, the rider will kick the horse's ribs, lurch it forward, almost as if she aims to bulldoze over Steve.
I pull both my knives. Like, whoa, horse lady, bird, person, fuck off.
Let's see if it's combat at this point now. She doesn't play around at all. You just see, like, in her hand, she kind of prepares a firebolt spell.
I drop both my knives and pull my crossbow, but like, ooh, I got spooky thing too.
Let's see.
So, as this is happening, Alice will instinctively grab Steve and see if she can pull him out of the way. And she sure as heck does. She pulls him right into the bush.
And there is a smoldering hole in the ground. She mumbles something in a language none of you would understand. The rider will simply speak in like a growling sort of tone, very angry, very annoyed. I won't warn you again.
I'm sorry, I don't speak bird, as I like fucking burst out of the bush.
The firebolt was the warning. Give me the girl.
Absolutely not.
So as soon as... Are you speaking like...
She's speaking common. The house can understand it.
So as soon as she hears that, Alice will actually step out of the bushes. It's like, wait a second. Auntie, what are you doing back?
Alright, so what is the full name again? Alice what?
Cornet.
Cornet?
Yeah.
So she'll say Alice Rose Cornet.
Oh no. Oh no, I'm in trouble.
Get on this horse.
But my friends.
Friends?
Yeah.
Russell is gonna step forth with one hand on Alex's shoulder. Pardon me, you two obviously know each other. Might I ask what your interest is in Alice?
She probably wants to bring me back to my parents. She probably heard about them being upset and wants me to go back.
There is a slight increase in pressure on Alex's shoulder as Frost distinctly looks at Steve with a growl
So at this point,
I just sided. I just sided her. I'm like, hold on, I'll try to fix it. Stop.
Claire she slowly pulls down her mask, and Steve, you would notice she very closely resembles that doll you took for Alice. And she will go upset.
Well, yeah,
And I'm
they were very upset that I had left without saying anything.
So she looks at those two. She sighs. Obviously, they haven't heard her yet. They haven't done anything yet, so she's going to take Alice's word on this point. She sighs and she gets off the horse. And she goes, Alice, come here. And it sounds oddly soft.
So she looks at the other two and back at her as she will actually very apprehensively walk over. She's just like, is everything okay? You don't normally talk as...
Frost will just say, I'm sorry, and walk a few steps away.
Oh.
How long ago did you leave town?
Puts his hands over his head. He's like, oh,
2 hours ago? We've been walking for about 2 hours now.
So as soon as either one of you two starts to walk away, she goes, hold it. Neither one of you two are allowed to leave.
No, Frost stops and she just keeps her back turned. She just kind of closes her hand, like, I'm giving you two time to talk.
So I take it you two knew about this.
Knew about what?
Steve puts his hands together. He's like, well, your parents are upset that you left.
Silence, lizard. Claire will she'll get down on both her knees in front of Alice and like take her hand. She goes, they're not upset.
Oh, that's a relief.
Alice,
They probably
sweetheart,
were.
they're gone.
Like, they left?
Yeah, they left to a new town.
Claire would just kind of lean around from Alice, give him an evil look, and then look back at Alice.
And he's getting an equally evil glare from the other side. Both cats are eyeing this kobold up pretty good here.
Steve's trying to save the girl from a traumatic experience.
Claire will go, Alice, sweetheart, no.
As you see that hopeful smile just kind of not necessarily turn into a frown, but more just the gears start turning in her head as she just sits there quietly, just kind of staring at Flair.
She'll say, sweetheart, somebody went in your house and murdered them.
That can't be right. No, you're wrong. They would never do anything to hurt anyone. They've never been in trouble with anyone. No, you're lying. This has got to be some misunderstanding.
She'll outright, she'll squeeze her hands and she's gonna outright tell her, the reason I've been gone for a whole year is a while back your parents got a letter that somebody might have intentions to harm you. I've been trying to track them down.
A whole lot of good you did.
She instinctively grips Alice's hands a little bit too hard and then stops and lets go, trying to hold that anger back from the lizard, because right now, Alice.
Frost briefly turns around, picks him up, bows, and turns around again, walking a little further away. Shut up.
Steve is like actively crying. Like there's like tears right down his face. He's like, I tried so hard.
So, you can see, Flair, you can see tears are rolling down her face, but the weird thing is you can see her like trying really hard to actually smile.
She'll take her thumbs and wipe Alice's tears.
It's going to be okay.
It will, because now I'm not leaving your side. You're not even leaving my sight until I can figure out who did it.
And she just kind of trails off. You can just kind of see her like staring up at the clearing sky. She just looks, and you let's see what that's Frost. As you actually hear her say in Elvish, I hope wherever you are, I hope that you are happy and you're watching me from wherever you are.
Claire will pull out a pendant she had pulled off her mother's corpse and cleaned it, and will give it to her.
Oh boy.
Now, and then she'll stand up, she'll scoop Alice up, plop her on the horse, and then climb on the horse herself.
Where are we going?
Well, I was thinking of heading towards Golden Falls to the library. See what I can research on these guys. But you guys were heading in quite almost the opposite direction.
Well, Steve had found a letter at one point.
Let me see the letter.
Steve like tearily hands her the letter. She's like, I just tried to not make her sad.
Flair will snatch the letter from Steve, and not really playfully, but still kind of playfully, kind of conk him in the head with her boot to push him away as she folds the letter open.
Steve like flops on the ground. He's like, I just want to not make her sad.
God bless Steve. I fucking love him.
Yeah. Personally, I love Steve. Don't take it the wrong way. This is just my character, I promise. Flair's a hard ass.
Steve like curls up into a ball around himself. He's
Frost just being a looming shadow in the background.
Flair will while she seems to ignore Steve's bawling, she will bring the horse up a little closer to Frost, and she will say, I will thank you for taking care of her.
That is what I vowed to do as soon as we heard that she was insistent on adventuring.
it was Steve's idea.
Yeah, that's always quite been her dream.
Yes, it was Steve's idea planted in his head. We were merely heading to the next town to try and outfit her in some equipment so she'd be safer on the road no matter where we headed from there.
That actually sounds like a relatively good idea. Her
That
magic's
was the
fairly limited.
idea.
I have trained her a little bit as far as self-defense goes, but it's not exactly an awful lot. I certainly wouldn't have felt sure ready for adventures just yet, but seems that's out of my hands now.
Didn't strike me as ready yet either. But I've been surprised with a few young charges, even though I'm not very experienced myself.
So the letter that Steve hands you very clearly states, "We are watching, we know, and we will find you." One thing that personally I neglected to actually say is there's I guess you could call it a sketch at the bottom, which is, if you see general, it's the last image posted. I should probably put that in a journal. That way people can actually see what it is.
Would it be? What would I roll to see if Flair knew what that was?
Give me religion. But I warn you, it's a tough religion roll.
Yeah, I'm not proficient, so nope.
No.
My dice
god-
are already fucking me. God dang it.
No goddamn clue.
I'm not moving myself.
God dang it!
I'm annoyed I didn't take
Fuck.
up religion. Like I probably should have.
All players are observers of the signet. So if you ever need to look back at it, it's in the journals. So, anyone else want to take a whack at it? Anyone that
Steve.
is proficient with religion?
Religion.
I'm pretty sure most of us are the wrong class for that sort of proficiency.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, I'll take a crack at it anyways. Oh, look at that.
So, with it, you are baffled by it. You're not entirely sure where this comes from. It's something unlike any of the deities you've ever seen before. Because most of
Bad
the
for
deities,
someone who isn't very much a follower of deities in the first place.
I mean, that's fair.
Yeah, most of the gods are full of themselves anyway.
That's not very nice to say.
Sorry, Alice, but you know my stance.
I'm sure that my family is very happy now that they finally have gone to a place of peace. I'm sure that they're very happy with the god Asura.
Can I get you two guys to make a perception for me? Nope.
No.
Steve doesn't see it.
No.
Neither of you see it. Awesome.
Steve's too blurry-eyed from crying.
I wasted my 17 on the religion.
So are we Where are we going then?
Steve looks at the horse lady.
I still say Golden Falls is the best bet, that you typically have the best libraries.
Steve is very downtrodden. He just shrugs.
Poor Steve. Alice will actually dismount from the horse and go give Steve a hug.
Steve like nuzzles into her. He's like, I just didn't want you to be sad.
It's okay. It's okay. And yeah, I am sad, but I guess in a way I should be happy that they're someplace better.
Steve
At
hopes
least-
so.
At least they're not hurting. So that's good.
Like a guilt like twangs in his heart because he saw their mangled corpses. He's like, in his brain, he's like, I know they hurt when it happened.
Man, that is messed up, bro.
Steve like holds on to
Well.
her fingers.
I'm sure you know this area better than I. So, whatever you feel is best, I will go with as well.
Alright, then let's bang a U-turn and head towards Golden Falls.
All right. See how quickly y'all get there. God damn. So, you guys make great headway as you actually come to, I guess you could call it a clearing for the night. Let's see. I said dark. Dark, bitch!
It's getting there.
Let me just go ahead and...
Ah, that's dark. Jesus.
Yeah, it gets dark in Wallachia. Not Wallachia, in Clogus.
Let's see. Dang, I set up camp in no time. And find food.
Frost
Okay.
will volunteer for first watch.
Okay.
We'll stay
Yes.
up with Frost because Steve has a question.
Frost stays up. And Steve stays up.
Once the other two like fall asleep, Steve like nudges the cat. He's like, "Hey, I have a question."
Yes.
Steve like puts parchment in his lap, takes out a quill, and he's like, "How do I write I'm sorry?"
Aw, Steve.
Aw.
Well,
It like
Frost will help. Frost will help him write an apology note.
I will write the letters that the cat tells me very carefully.
Well, more so showing you with their parchment what you need to write.
And Steve like muckles a hold of his quill rather than like holding it like you're supposed to. He grips it like full fisted and writes something similar. And then to sign it, he like dips his hand in the ink and slaps it.
Okay, well, I guess I'm scrawling in the dirt rather than I thought I had parchment, but apparently not. Oh well.
Torch.
the wrong kit.
Steve like holds it up. How's it look?
I believe they'll understand the gist of your intention. Hopefully.
While they're sleeping, I'll go to Alice's like pack and like slip the giant piece of parchment with Steve's like 4-year-old writing into it.
God damn it. Why you gotta be adorable?
I mean, probably would have been better to directly hand that over, but okay.
Well, it's well that he didn't, because if he had gotten a little too close to Alice's cot, Flair would have growled at him. She looks like she's asleep, but she doesn't rest very well, so most of the time she's just laying with her eyes closed.
And then Steve will take the second watch.
Okay. Let's see. Save. Primary effect. See if this works. I don't know if this is actually gonna work. God dang it. Dangers. I think I need to I need to activate it. Okay. Oh. Did it? Dang it. Poop. Oh well. Give me just 1 second while I set up a makeshift campfire for the time being, because apparently I forgot how to make my campfires. So, you guys are taking watch. You guys are resting, so let's go ahead and put people down by the fire. Players. Flare. Frost. Steve.
We're very big.
It's a small map, unfortunately. My apologies. So Steve, you're taking second watch, correct?
Yes.
Give me perception.
I want to sit on this rock.
Okay, you may sit on the rock.
Hmm.
13. You can hear a rustling going on in the bushes, roughly right around here.
That could be an animal. I will just cock my crossbow and wait. I will also attempt to hide in these rocks. I am stealthy.
You've very stealthily hidden. As you notice, as you're doing your own thing, you actually notice a figure come walking closer to the campsite.
I shoot the fuck out of that guy.
So, roll the hit.
So, is he within 5 feet of the cat?
I would say, yeah.
Great, I have advantage. No. It will let me attack with it.
One sec. Do you have your crossbow actually using
Yes.
bolts?
Yes, because I
That's
have the
fine.
bolts equipped.
There you go. You should be able to now. You have to equip the ammunition on the actual crossbow itself.
Ah. Mhm. My backpack is gone.
No, your backpack's still there. So, you're hovering over the image of the crossbow, correct?
I don't have that anymore.
I'm looking at it right now.
So I'm in my inventory. I think it might be glitched. Hold on, I gotta unpop out and then repop out.
On my end, most of my stuff says I'm not proficient in it, even though it falls under stuff I'm proficient in.
Oh, there it goes. Oh, it's gone. God damn it. Let me see if I have to edit it. Oh.
First, I also had to manually add all the proficiencies anyways, but
It says I literally have nothing in my backpack.
Refresh your web page.
Okay, I'll do that.
Ah, there it goes. I got it. But
Excuse me. Be Steve inventory. Aha! I have the power. Light crossbow. Attack. Advantage. Does it 13 hit?
13. No momento. 13 does hit.
Damage. Situational bonus. Is it plus 2d6 because 2d6 for sneak attack?
Yes.
14
damage.
damage.
Not bad.
And my crossbow's loud.
So
And I shout, surprise, motherfucker!
Yeah, you dropped him in one shot. You dropped him. As you do, you actually notice yet another comes out of the woodwork.
I take my bonus action to hide.
Okay.
In the rocks.
Okay.
And I'm actively shouting that there's mama jammas outside the camp.
Mama jammas outside the camp.
Obviously, if that crossbow is loud, it would wake Flare up.
Oh yes.
You're pong and then ah.
She don't hesitate to just jump up at the ready.
Okay, let's see. Campfire. Boom. Alright, so I need you guys to give me initiative rolls.
Wah.
Uh,
Wash my dice or something.
Can I roll with advantage since I was already up?
you cannot.
I tried. It's alright, I'm fast as fuck, boy.
Way to go, Shame.
The heck is the 0.19?
If you guys click
It's
on the
a tiebreaker.
if you guys click on the dueling swords icon, it'll show you the counter list.
Ah, nice. You're a little groggy from just waking up.
Yeah. You surprised her. You're startled.
I surprised myself. I killed that guy.
All right, Frost, you are first on the list. What will you do?
I will attack the guy straight down here.
All right.
Ah.
Yeah, not me.
Yeah, no, it's like, no. How does that work for attacking?
You click on the weapon in your inventory, and then it should bring up the weapon in the chat.
Nice.
If you click on the image of the weapon, it'll show you a dice. You can click on that. There you go.
17 most definitely hits. For a whopping 8 points, not bad. As your blade makes contact, it's almost sickening how easily it sinks into the person.
Well, it is rapier. That's what it does.
Alright. Next on the block would be good old Steve.
I shoot at the guy that's right next to Frost. So I attack with advantage.
Two 8s. Both hit.
Your ball.
18 points. God damn. You drop him like a stone.
Now I hide. In the rocks. And
You
I
disappeared.
am invisible.
So, Alice will reposition herself as she picks up a stone from the ground and casts Magic Stone.
I cast rock.
And that's a resounding hit. It's 1d6 plus your spellcasting modifier. So that would be plus 4. So 1d6 plus 4. So that's 7, 14 damage. As she strikes this, she takes the rock and she puts it in a sling, swings it around, and strikes the being. As you notice, it strikes like center of mass right in the chest. Frost, you notice almost immediately that thing left a sizable gaping wound as the individual dropped to the ground and just seemed to just lay there motionless. As that happens, you see like one of the bodies starts to jut and make erratic movements, like almost as if it's seizing.
I put another arrow.
Okay, so you plink another arrow into the creature. As you notice, it still seems to be like thrashing on the ground. As that happens, you actually notice the campfire itself goes out.
I head again.
Weird.
Take advantage of that.
Ah, that's why. That's what I want.
We're just like, goodbye.
As the campfire goes out, you notice it grows in size as a bright, burning green flame seems to erupt from it. You see the individual that was shot dead. You see their body lifelessly lurch upward as the right arm raises up and points. You see it pointing to the young druidess as it starts laughing, like cackling, like a very wet, gargly kind of laugh, as through the moist words, as if like the mouth itself is filled with liquid. It says, "You who has been touched by darkness, I will see you soon." As the body itself ignites in that same green flame, as you can hear that laughter echo through the night skies, as the body itself incinerates to dust before the rotten hell. So, as that happens, once the body finally disintegrates into a finite dust, you notice that the green flames disappear as the campfire seems to flicker back to normal, albeit a bit of a weakened flame from what it once was.
Steve throws up.
Are you okay, Steve?
It's the first time Steve killed anybody.
Yeah, I'm definitely not feeling all too great about that myself.
But they were gonna... Ooh, they're gonna hurt Steve's friends.
Flare makes a sound that sounds like both a hiss and a growl at the same time.
Are you gonna throw up too?
Frost goes over and checks the bodies.
So the last two remaining bodies that you can see, they seem a little strange. Give me perception. (18 and 19). So you notice their bodies are covered like head to toe in wrappings, like bandages. When you remove the face mask, you notice their eyes are completely gone. The skin on their body almost sloughs off when you remove the mask, as if like it was stuck to the actual flesh of the body. The stench is horrible.
Would they be like anything the cultist Flair would have been trying to track down?
Roll history. They are extremely similar. Same composition, same odd mannerisms, all of which also points to the fact of these people are at a very disadvantaged state when it comes to pretty much anything physical. The body itself seems to be very fragile. If anyone is proficient in medicine,
I'm not proficient.
Steve's in the bushes throwing up.
well, it doesn't take a doctor or a physician to realize that flesh on those bodies is, I guess you could call it,
Quite a while.
leprous.
Dang.
Hey,
With your roll, Frost, you could tell that these bodies are like rapidly decomposed. They are like almost like walking corpses. The innards of these bodies are practically putrefied. How they're walking and actually functioning is an act of God itself.
Can I use my arcana to see if maybe they were being used by like a spell or being controlled or puppeted?
Sure.
Because I'm proficient in arcana, so. Let's hope that doesn't jinx me. Oh, it froze. Hold on.
well, I have a feeling the Thieves Guild Master very apt understanding of this situation.
Steve like crawls back to the fire and he's like, I don't feel good.
Oh, Steve.
Boom.
So there's no magic actually controlling them. They were actually living beings.
Living dead.
Ish.
Were they dead or were they actually?
They were alive. By some strange force, they were still living. Their bodies were basically putrefied, but they were still human and they were still alive. The pain that they must have gone through, Frost, that you can gather, would have been indescribable. The very thought of moving in such a state is painful at the thought.
Well, in the event there's more coming, I don't think we should stick around here any longer.
Upon one of
Agreed.
the bodies, Frost, because you did an investigation of the bodies, you did happen to find two things. You found a signet ring, and you found a dagger on their person.
guessing the signet ring matches the one that I saw earlier.
Correct.
And the dagger is probably some sort of sacrificial dagger. I'll take a log from the fire and light the bodies.
All right. So you
Just in
ignite the
case.
bodies. You burn the bodies in the fire, and the stank that comes with it is gross, to say the very least. And poor Alice can make me a Constitution saving throw. She somehow holds down her brunch.
She covers her nose just in time.
Pretty much. After the smell that she just went through with with those guys. All right. So, I take it you guys are going to pack up and continue moving through the night?
Yep.
Definitely seems like the best way to do it.
Steve has like visible, like really dark circles under his eyes, and Steve's like, "I'm good to go."
Poor Steve.
Flair will flump him over the horse's ass if she rides. So you can just hang off the horse's butt and take a nap.
So, I will roll your journey. Not bad. You make decent headway. Let's see. Oh, wrong button.
Pink.
So it's about 5 miles away.
No, I think that said feet.
Yeah, it's
It says 5 feet, but it's.
We're
who's
right
the
outside the.
DM here?
I'm just saying, game mechanics.
God damn it. So, it takes you about, I want to say at this pace, an extra 4 hours to actually get to the forests of Golden Falls. Let's see, it's midnight. So it's about 5:30 in the morning by the time you actually get there. As you get there, you do happen to notice, as you enter the forests of Golden Falls, you do happen to notice there seems to be a presence watching you. You don't sense any malevolence to it, but you do happen to feel like something seems to be watching over you as you pass through.
Well, Steve's passed out, so. He needs his little cobalt beauty sleep.
Cobalt beauty sleep. Let's see. Boom, and yeah, that's right. I'm not giving you nothing for free. You and everyone else.
Not even if I asked with my cutest little cute voice.
God damn it. why you do this. Let's see. Let's configure the lighting because that's important. All right. Okay. So you have wandered through the forests as you hit the main gates of Golden Falls. I can close that. Close that. Open that. Let's see. Choose boundary stuff. I guess I have the regular one. Okay. That's fine. Steve.
That's me.
And of course, Miss Alice. No, we don't need Nathaniel. He can go away.
But I like Nathaniel.
Nathaniel is best bean.
He gave me a jug of milk.
He did give you a jug of milk. A jug of everlasting milk.
I got forever milk.
Forever milk. So, did you ever roll your...
Yeah, I rolled it privately for you.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you know what it was. Let's see. So Alice tiredly goes into the town. She's just like, I don't want to walk anymore.
Well, shoot, I would have put her on the horse if she was tired of walking.
But Steve is on the horse.
He's on the horse's butt. She could have sat in the saddle.
She didn't want to, she didn't want to disturb Steve.
Flair will kick Steve off the horse.
Exactly why she didn't say anything.
She'll look
Steve
at
like
Alice.
sleepily rubs his eyes. He's like, "Are we there yet?"
Flair looks at Alice and said, if you were tired, I would have put you on the horse.
No, Steve was on the horse.
Steve can get the fuck off my horse. You can get on it.
You be nice to Steve. He's a good person.
I don't like Steve.
I like Steve. He's nice.
Well, which one of us is the adult here?
Steve.
Steve.
How old are you, Steve?
Steve holds up 3 talons.
I'm older than you. Shut the fuck up.
Hey,
By
no
Cobalt
cursing.
standards, Steve is an adult.
She'll shove Steve off the horse and put Alice up there.
Hey.
Steve like plops the guy's like, Steve's too tired.
Steve can walk, and she'll start leading the horse towards the tavern.
I grab the horse's tail and get drugged.
Ladies and children first.
Steve is the literal child.
Yeah, and you were on there first. Now Alice is on there.
Be nice to Steve.
No.
Please.
When you can make me, I'll be nice to Steve.
I'll pout.
Not gonna work this time.
Come on, be nice.
No,
Why?
because I said so.
Why are you being a jerk?
Why are you being a brat?
Because he's been a really good friend. And you're just being a jerk.
Yeah, well, nobody said your Aunt Flair was nice.
You're supposed to be.
Have I ever been?
Yeah. Once or twice.
To who? You, exactly. Hush. Don't make me get out the study books. I did bring them, by the way.
Lame. Is there somewhere we can sleep?
We're going to the tavern now. Hold your horses.
Roll investigation.
Wouldn't it be advantage since player's been here before?
How recently?
Probably within at least less than half a year or so.
I guess.
In fact, probably within the past couple of weeks on our way back to town, Jurassic. No.
Looks like it didn't do you any good
Didn't do me
anyways.
any good, did it? I didn't even wash this freaking dice.
Frost, would you like to do the honors and see if you have better luck?
What are you rolling?
Investigation to find the tavern.
I didn't even make this public. I'm sorry.
Steve will find it.
Steve has a better chance than the rest of us, apparently.
Was that quadruple advantage?
That was me washing my dice.
Quadruple advantage. Jesus Christ. Let's see.
Does Steve find
They
it?
never assume advantage, so yeah.
Never in my days have I seen so much advantage. Yes, Steve, you actually were able to find the tavern.
Steve blows a raspberry at the dog.
She clips you the bird.
Steve doesn't even know what that means.
Joke's on you, I don't even know what that means.
Even better.
I knew I shouldn't have closed that damn thing. I have a whole list of fucking shit. And I lost it.
Well, roll investigation. We'll probably try to find it.
Fuck you.
With disadvantage. Because you're dumb.
Ah, here it is. So, you come across the tavern called the King's Trumpet. As you make your way inside, let me just properly configure lighting. Oops. Save. Let's see. Players. Steve. God damn, Steve, you fucking blend into everything. Like, I have to scroll so far down to see you.
I am a small creature.
It's a big ass map, holy shit.
It's a very large tavern.
Yeah. So behind the counter, you can see that there's a tiefling standing behind there. As she looks at you, she just seems a little perplexed, but she's like, "Well, good morning. Welcome to the King's Trumpet.
Mern.
What can I do for you guys?
I want to go to bed.
You want to go to bed?
Flair will pay for 2 rooms.
Alright. Oops. Token. So, 2 rooms you said?
Yes. Actually, just one room with a big bed.
1 room, big bed. Okay. So that'll cost you 2 silver, please.
Let's see. I'm trying to think silver to gold. That's. She'll hand her a gold piece, because that's all I have right now.
Okay, so she hands you back 8 silver pieces.
She'll smile, she'll nod, and then she'll take Alice upstairs to bed.
Okay. And you guys head on to bed as well?
That's probably a good idea, yeah.
I look at Frost and I'd be like, she ditched us. She's not even gonna pay for our room.
Didn't she pay for 1 room for everyone, or?
No, just one room for her and Alice.
Oh, okay.
Well, Frost will get a room as well.
Alright. That'll be 1 standard size room will be 1 silver.
She'll hand over silver.
Alright, thank you.
Come on, you.
Steve like grabs on to fucking Frost like coattail and mopes up to the room.
How late is it? Or early
It's
is it
5:30 in the morning.
So that'd be a short rest.
Alright, so you guys sleep a full 8 hours, which would mean 6, 7, 8. So it's roughly 1:30 in the afternoon.
There would have been no, she wouldn't sleep 8 hours.
Okay. Well, as you guys return to the tavern after a good night's rest, you are actually offered a meal with the room. As well as a tankard of the house cider.
I look at Frost and I like wiggle the tankard of like infinite milk. I'm like, you want some?
Claire she'll
Just
chuck.
eyes and shakes her head.
Claire will
Nobody
laugh.
wants my
She'll say, "Yeah, there, lizard boy." She never.
Steve glares at her.
You a drinker?
No, Steve drinks the milk.
You don't drink anything else.
Nope, got milk.
She'll kind of like laugh and she'll smirk and wink at the bartender and give her 2 gold.
Okay.
7.
You're going for what drink I think you're going for, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So she'll hand you a stein. She'll take one of the gold pieces. She'll drop the gold piece in the tankard, and then she'll
That
hand it
seems
back
like
to
an
you.
awful waste.
She will she'll hand the kobold the mug. Come on, try it.
No, drinking is for adults. I have milk. My mom said I need to drink milk to build strong bones.
Oh, what kid actually listens to their parents?
I did.
Me.
Barely. And half the time
Steve,
only
like-
because I watched you like a mad dog.
Steve like turns away from her, like sipping on like the milk tankard.
She'll laugh and roll her eyes and she'll look at Frost. Well, what about you?
She'll nod and take a tankard.
So, when you drink it, give me a Constitution saving throw, please. Not bad. Not bad at all. So, right off the bat, you can taste flavors of apple and pear. It's very sweet. And it has almost a tinge of like a metallic taste at the very end. But when it hits like your stomach, it hits like a bomb. You definitely feel the alcohol after you've, once you've ingested it, you can definitely feel like just how alcoholic that drink was.
Steve is watching the cat very carefully.
Has Alice is just
Strong
like,
for my taste, but not too bad.
Alice is like, I
As
want
she
to try
tucks
that.
into her meal.
No, you're not trying it. And
Why
she'll drink the other half of it, which doesn't do well. God damn, why did I do this?
You won't let me have cider. You won't let me have coffee.
Does she throw up?
She's seen double.
She tries to hide it.
So give me
Deception.
yeah, give me a deception check. You hide it pretty well.
Yeah.
I see.
And he sees through your bullshit.
Steve is now like staring daggers at the woman, like you tried to feed me that.
I'd have been fine. She'll apply the
Steve
barkeep
pulls out his
fees,
like little calculator and he's like, you weigh something like
I'm sorry,
10
but,
times what I weigh.
the prize has already been claimed for this.
And for the cat, right?
Hmm?
The cat, right? The cat should have gotten it. Frost?
The piece of paper? No. Like the prize was claimed about 20 years ago.
Boo.
I mean, if you're looking for a challenge, there's still one challenge that hasn't been claimed.
Which one?
Well, it just so happens that the King of the Pirates had created the upper level as well as the Underdark crawl.
Oh.
But I warn you, the
Why am I not
drinks
surprised
down
he
there.
created a drink? Why am I not surprised King of the Pirates created a drinking game?
As the tiefling just kind of shrugs her shoulders, like, I don't know, I just kind of work here. Apparently, he was a very avid drinker, and he basically traveled across the world trying to find the best brewmasters. But I warn you, the ones in the Underdark are far more dangerous than the ones up above, because of the fact that they're brewed with more caustic materials.
Well, yeah. I mean, that sounds like something he would do. But even he could. She laughs to herself.
As Alice just kind of looks at Frost, is like, what did it taste like?
Very well-aged fruits.
And you won't let me have fruit.
It's not fruit, it's
The
alcohol.
very
It's fermented.
well-aged portion is the important part of that, my dear.
It's fermented. Technically, it's spoiled safely so that it's still safe to ingest.
But it's fruit.
She'll stick her finger into like the last little drops are in the bottom of the stein and shove her finger in Alice's mouth. Just so she can like taste it.
Ooh, that's sweet. I kind of want one.
It should also be a little bitter technically if it's alcohol.
Yeah. Like I said, it does have that tinge of like
Yeah.
metallic flavor at the end. That was our city's glorious golden ale.
always the best drink to have. Personally, it's my favorite out of that old bar crawl.
So what brings you into our fine town?
I need to get in a library.
Well, you've certainly come to a wonderful place for it.
Is that old, what was it? Is he a kobold or dragonborn?
Dragonborn.
Is that, old dragonborn still in charge of it?
Vernical? Yeah, he still runs the place.
Cool. If I'm not mistaken, it's just down the road, right?
About 2 blocks west. You honestly can't miss it. And with the way he keeps it, it's quite meticulous.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
He's really into the Dewey Decimal System.
He's basically working on his own Dewey Decimal System to try and make sure that that library is kept right.
She'll smirk at Alice. You ready to go see the Holy Grail of books?
So she just kind of is like, do I have to?
You can find out something fun to pick. It doesn't have to be a study one. I'll let you find something entertaining.
Well, make sure you keep that word. So, Steve Frost, will you be joining Miss Flair and Alice on this journey to the library?
I will, yes.
Alright.
I look at Frost and I'm like, maybe we should go talk to the denizens of a different kind in the city about our people problem.
We can visit the local guild later.
Fair enough. I too shall go to the place in which I have no business going.
Oh, Christ.
So after everybody finishes eating, Flair kind of puts around with their food. We'll go to the library.
Alright. You all make your way towards the library. When you get there, I need a perception roll, please. Let's see. Let's add a playlist. Because
At least one of us has eyeballs.
yeah, Frost has quite the set of eyes.
Frosty's god.
So you happen to see quite the interesting sight. You see a brass dragonborn on what can only be described as a wheelie chair, veering around the library, seemingly humming a tune to himself, with a handful of books.
Is he just moving so fast the rest of us missed it?
I would assume so.
She's just kind of doing the classic cat head tilt, like, huh?
Saya sees her, or Saya, shit. Flair sees her tilt her head, looks over in the same direction. What was his name again?
Steve mimics the
Vertical.
movement because he thinks he missed something.
With his chair, and he slides on behind the counter. It's like, according to my records, this book was due 4 months ago. With interest, I'd say you owe the library 600 gold pieces, please. Thank you.
Vertical.
What? I'm trying to run a business here.
Now you know that's
Steve
not
picks up the
fair.
book that he dropped and like reads them upside down, like, oh, this one's good.
Oh, you sweet summer child. You are a child,
Draconic.
correct?
In Draconic, he talks to the Dragonborn. He's like, I have no idea what's going on, and the dog lady's very mean.
Oh, you poor, sweet, sweet child.
Flair rolls her eyes and sighs.
Don't worry, honey. Uncle Vernical will take good care of you.
Steve like brightens up. He's like, "Really?"
Mm-hmm. Now then.
He like puts the book on the counter.
Now, as a matter of fact, you do owe a little bit of backlog for it being late. Maybe not 600 gold pieces, but I'd say at least 2.
I planned on paying 3 because I also need to borrow another one.
Really? You must
If I can find it.
Oh,
I
yeah?
may even outright buy it if it's the right one.
Are you perhaps looking for some of the erotica that I have stored away in the adult section? Because I'll have you know, I have quite the saucy one about the hill dwarf in the forlorn elf of the Sunwater Isles. Quite
Frost
the.
is covering Alice's ears.
I read that one last time I was here.
Really? What were your thoughts? I could definitely use some notes.
I actually fairly liked it, but I think it could have used a little bit more action, maybe. Some heroism.
I guess everyone's a critic then.
Well, you asked.
I wanted good criticism.
I said it was good. Your detail in it was actually fairly good.
Oh,
This
yes.
man's like a
All the
crippled
way down to
Gaia.
the veins.
Not to interrupt, but weren't we here for something a little bit more pressing?
Oh yeah. I need your occult section.
Ah. Let's see, which one were you going after? Inatos the Soul Keeper, Lakhar the Rotting, ooh, perhaps Humek the Sunless.
So she'll show him just the sigil part. Do you have anything that might match this?
Now that's something I can't say that I've ever seen before. As he'll snatch it away from her and just, he'll eyeball it. I think he practically like paper to face, like staring at this thing, pondering curiously. It's like, wait a second. Why don't we go? Well, I have a better place for this. What if?
It's the obligatory gift.
That's you every time he tries to read.
There you go. Literally, even the ending of it is literally just him like. So, he's like, why don't we go somewhere a little more private? Don't want the people of the town getting the wrong idea for this.
Steve looks at Frost and is like, "Ew, are they gonna do it?"
Gonna do what?
It.
What's it? What's it?
You know, would a guy and a girl go into the private area?
Shut up, lizard.
Shut up!
Shut up, lizard.
A reptile, I'll have you know.
Now hold on. Aunt Flair is a very virtuous person. She would never hold hands with someone like that.
You just hear Fleur almost snort.
Yeah, Frost just kind of mouth opening and closing a couple times, and
How cats do that when they're like analyzing a scent?
he kind of looks down at Steve for a second. I know you kobolds mature quickly,
My
but
apologies, I have to pee.
how old are you again?
Too much Kool-Aid.
Steve holds up a different amount of claws this time. This many.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I don't know how the hell you know this either.
Steve knows how to read books.
Sure you do.
Let's see. So, Vernical will actually take that. Come. All of you are welcome, except you, little one. As Alice is like, okay, I wanted to check out the fantasy section anyways. And stay away from the adult section, young lady. I don't need young eyes looking at what is over there, especially after the criticism your auntie gave me.
I stay with Alice. I don't even know how to read.
So you and Alice go perusing the library, as she'll actually go looking for a book for Steve.
Steve picks up the largest book, like thickness-wise, and is like, "Yep, this is a good one."
As she'll actually hold like a much smaller size book, and she holds it to us like, look, this one might actually help. It's called ABCs for Barbarians.
Steve is no barbarian.
No, but it'll help you read. Like this. A is for apple. B is for barbarian.
C is for crush.
Steve like puts the gigantic book back and like mopes over into the dummy book.
Subtraction for sillies. So you, Frost, and Vernical actually head down into the basement. He'll actually strike a torch to actually bring you down there. He's like, mind your feet. I haven't dusted down here in a long time. It's not often that I get people actually looking for such sensitive information. So you guys head on down a very long staircase downward into a subsect of the library. You can see wall-to-wall books. As Vernical will actually get on like a sliding ladder, and he'll basically go thumbing around about the 8th or 9th shelf. It's like, let's see. I know there should be a couple of books around here somewhere for this. Let's see. Cult. Demons, fiends. Ah, here we go. So he pulls out a rather hefty book. And as he does, he surprisingly holds on pretty goddamn tight. He grabs onto the book and he slowly makes his descent down. This book is like about encyclopedia and a half, like in thickness, like
As soon as he gets close enough lower down, Flair will take the book for him to hold it till he get all the way back down.
It's a pretty hefty book.
Yeah.
So when you put it on the table, he hefts it open. As you see him put on like a small pair of spectacles, and he starts like running his finger across the pages, flipping through right to left, right to left, right to left. As he finally stops, like, here we go. Huh. Now this is strange. You said this is from a cult.
Yes, it's from a group of people I've been tracking for quite a while.
That can't be right, though.
Why is that?
Well, last these books actually recorded, the followers of this entity, I guess would be the best choice of words, died out hundreds of years ago. Maybe even longer than that.
Well, Perhaps maybe the records are wrong, and instead of dying out, they simply went into hiding.
Because the entity that these people followed was a god of disease and ruin. By chance, have any of you ever heard of the entity Abraxas before?
Would that be religion? Or
That would be religion, and if you're rolling religion, you can roll with disadvantage.
Shit. God damn it.
Big fart.
That is a no.
I just almost picture the sound coming out of her ears.
So, Frost, you actually have a little bit of an inkling of Abraxas. From what you recall in ancient texts, it spoke of an individual that had waged war against the deities themselves, said to have been exiled from the plane of the gods, and had actually fallen to the mortal plane, forever encased in what was called Stygian ice. Where that is, though, records don't show as to where. But at this point here, from what you know, it could very well be speculation. It could just be an old wives' tale.
Well, I will gladly share with the class what little I can remember from wherever the heck I managed to pick that up.
Huh.
What?
Just what Frost said.
Oh. Yes, that does sound about right.
The only question is, what interest do they have in your young charge? And she looks over at Flare.
What was the question again?
What would they have?
The only
interest
question
with,
is, what interest do they have in your young charge?
I wouldn't know.
So what you're saying is these weirdos are going after that sweet little girl, then? Or is it the little kobold?
It's the little girl, unfortunately. My niece.
They're going after her. Now that's interesting, to say the least. However, I'm almost certain that it couldn't be this cult, because there's been no record of this Abraxas individual since, well, most recorded history.
I wouldn't suppose you would have anything on him, would you?
If I do, it's very, very little. Unfortunately, not much is known about Abraxas.
An image of their holy symbol, perchance.
Well, I would think this is it, isn't it? Or, well, it's the symbol of the cult.
It's the symbol of the cult, at least. Whether or not I have their actual symbol, I'm not entirely sure, but I can certainly give it a shot. Let's see what I can scrounge up for you fellows. And just like that, my brain went straight to poop. What was I doing again? Ah, yes.
Who are you?
Unfortunately, I don't seem to actually have much on the ways of information. Cranberries.
That was Minion, damn it.
Let's see. Now I have information on other people, the cult of the Dark Seraphim, Enatos the Soul Keeper, Humek the Sunless, Chigami the Plague Bearer. Now those I could give you plenty of information on. However, Abraxas, I don't seem to have much on, I'm afraid.
Understandable for a forgotten god.
Have you tried perhaps someone smarter? I know that's very hard to come across, especially with a man of my caliber, but there are people that do indeed surpass me when it comes to my intellect.
Let's see if Blair would know any other bigger libraries if she can remember.
I know there's indeed older people than me.
Nope. Unless I have any kind of inkling of a greater library on a 10, which I don't.
You can give me... give me an actual history roll.
I did.
No, I'm saying, like, don't roll when I'm telling you not to. I'm saying give me a history roll.
Okay.
If I yell at Egg for that, I'm going to yell at you too.
Not much better.
Well enough. You
Okay.
do recognize that there is indeed one library that, well, technically two libraries that surpass far more than any other. One would be the library, the Grand Archive of the Lemurians, which quite literally houses most recorded history of all types. Far beyond what most humanoids actually have. And then you have the library in the Kingdom of Bern.
Would you remember or know how to get to the Lemurian library?
Well, are you actually going to bring that up, or are you going to just think to yourself?
Well, I'll put it this way. She'll say it out loud that, like, kind of like she's mumbling to herself. I wonder if the Lemurians would know anything about it.
Well, if you are able to actually find one, you might be able to get there, but it's a little bit of a difficult time. You do know that they are called the Great Record Keepers of the world.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking about them.
And you do understand that only one every so often actually comes to the surface to record history, correct?
Yes.
So finding one would be extremely difficult.
Well, I'm sure given what happened, like 10 years ago or so?
Roughly 13 years ago.
Well, considering what happened about 13 or so years ago, I imagine there's one out roaming around.
Quite possibly, yes. I would assume one has been tirelessly toiling, trying to make sure that they could actually do so. Especially with the oopsie that happened.
The question is, trying to get into the rumor circuit so that we can find somebody who may have heard something about it.
Let's
If not, the only other place I could think of is Bern. I'd rather not go there.
Yes. As I do recall, there is a Lemurian that seems to follow around a ship. Though I can't say who the actual person is that runs said ship anymore, considering the fact that titles have changed hands in the recent years. But I do recall at one point seeing a ragtag crew of people actually come into town, and a rather handsome fellow come with them. My goodness. He was the most handsome man I've seen in a long time. Very pale blue skin, teal blue hair. He was a little bit stuck up when it comes to personality, a little bit dry and stale, but he was definitely inspiration for my next greatest erotica.
Yes, you're a horn dog, we all know.
Hey, I get what I can when I can. Thank you very much.
I don't suppose the people I sent your way the last time I was here were any good to you?
Boring, pedantic, plebeian.
Of course. Well, would you know where this ship is, or what it would look like, a name of it, or anything?
Last I recall, the ship's name was the Lanali.
Lanali. Okay.
But that's about as much as I do know about the fact.
Would you happen, I doubt this, but would you happen to know which way they were headed when they left here?
Oh, honey, that was several months ago.
It's worth a shot. We'll see if we can get any other rumors out of town.
Okay.
And then I think that's about all we can get out of here, unless you have any ideas. She'll say if she looks at Frost.
Nothing here. But there is a stop that I do need to make. Might be able to pick up some leads with, for lack of a better term, some of my kin in the area.
I imagine these people have sticky fingers. She'll say with a kind of a laugh and a smirk.
Now, saying that a
Deadpan
tabaxi is a
Yep.
thief is just plain racist. That's like sitting there saying that all dragonborn and kobolds are sluts.
Well, if the shoe fits.
I mean, I myself, I absolutely am, but it's very rude to think that your companion here would be so inclined to do ill deeds. I say good day, madam.
Who says the deeds are ill?
I said good day.
He has an exceptionally deadpan look on her face and says yes.
Oh, well, it seems that I was wrong.
So I have gone on a more scouting pursuit myself than that of petty thievery, but still, the local guild might have some leads.
Personally, I don't care what you do in your personal time. It doesn't bother me any.
So, just for a minute, I'm going to go ahead and put a pause there for now. Feel free to get like a snack or something, try and, decompress for a little bit, and we'll come back soon, okay? since we don't have full party, I'm gonna enjoy some delicious food, a little bit of unwinding, and then we can pick up a little later today if you're cool with that, Shane.
Yeah, I'll have to see how things go later today. Might try running my second ed game. Don't know who'll be around.